In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
That's assault, that's assault, break that up, pop that chair, that's assault, that's assault, break that up, break that up, pop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, that's assault, it is, you cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that up, these people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, that's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will, excuse me. Excuse me, break that up. That's assault. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up, break that up, break that, break that, break that, break that up, break that up. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up, break that up. That's assault. That's assault, that's assault. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair here. You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Break that up. Oh, I will. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Break that up. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will tell you exactly what happened. Break that up. Break that up. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that show? I will be. Excuse me. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. Stop that chair. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair here. You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. These people are. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that. That's break that. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Break that. Oh, I will. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you exactly. Stop that chair here. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault.
Hello folks, Nuck here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my freeform lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. but you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious, come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they had, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. Then, and this is important, I'll just wait. Eerily for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
Big boy, get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, he's falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Oh shit, you just like a fat. Oh shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Take a big ass off.
Hello, everybody. Mia, how dare you? $20 on dentist day? I gave myself an extra penny because it was quicker than saying $19.99, but then I said all of that to justify it, so that actually made it worse. So I'm sorry, and thank you. Also, oh my God, dentist day. Mine is coming up soon. I'm not stoked. What's your deal with your dentist? Do you have a rapport? Do you and your dentist get along? Do you like your dentist? What was your last cavity count? I have questions for all of you. Because I did not go to a dentist once for 10 years, and then I had to go all the time after I got my ass kicked. And I'll tell you, not going to a dentist for 10 years, I didn't have as many cavities as I thought. Then when I started going to the dentist, after like my 4th trip, they're like, you have cavities. And I'm like, I'm starting to think it's your fault. Like, I think they're putting cavities in my mouth because it can't possibly be all of the coffee I drink. But thank you very much, Mia. $19.99 is appreciated. That will go to Mookie's dentist because dog dentists are more expensive than people dentists. Can we talk about that? Because their teeth are tinier. His are like tiny little flakes of fucking rice. Like, what are we doing? Why is it so much more? I mean, as far as taking up mass in space, like in the earth, is it matter or mass? I'm not good at science. It doesn't matter. Haha, get it? It's a joke. Anyway, I don't understand why humans have bigger teeth, therefore more teeth, but our dentists are somehow, even though they're crazy expensive in America, dog dentists are way more. Like, I don't get it. You know what they quoted for Mookie's teeth, and he doesn't have any cavities? Just like for a dog cleaning and checkup at the dentist, for real, $1,500. I'm like, what the fuck? Is this LA? What is going on? Anyway, thank you very much. I don't have to do dentist. I have no teeth because of fertility treatments. Does that make your teeth fall out or fuck your teeth up? Or actually no teeth? So yeah, they're gone. So, but I saw you have teeth. Do you have fill-in teeth? I really want the kind where you just clip them in. You like your dentist? Excellent. Mine's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. I'm not going to say his name, but he's named after a fancy soda, and I like to make fun of him for it. But he gets it. He jokes. He goofs. There is a dental assistant there who cleaned my teeth twice and sent me home bleeding, and she's really mean. She's Italian and like a thick Italian. And I think she used to work for the mafia because she's very heavy-handed. And I'm of the opinion that she was possibly an enforcer because boy, did I feel tortured. She told me, "Don't be big baby, don't cry." And then did this thing where she like lightly slapped my cheek. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? And I didn't know what to do. And I just went home. And then I remember she told me next time she saw me, she was like, "You're one of my favorites." But like it wasn't a good experience. I didn't even joke with her. Like she was just cruel. Anyway, I hope I never get her again. But I didn't want to complain because she genuinely scares me. Also, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mike Rules, if you guys haven't checked it out, 2 nights ago, so two days ago, I did a morning live. I napped, I did a bunch of work, and then I was gonna do an evening live, but then Papa Uncle Mike invited me over. Your hippie uncle. And if you don't know who I'm talking about the Young Jerks. Mike Crawford, who once talked about running for select board. And I came up with a really good slogan a year too late. And it was like, Mike, he walks the dogs, which is like a reference to him, like destroying people, which he doesn't do. But you know what I mean? It's funny. It's like, I'm gonna walk that dog. You want to talk some shit? Like that. But then Susan Harrington ended up running. He got behind her, he supported her, and she won. So I was over there to talk select board, which is also you guys, but BORED. Anyway, I guess he would be your great uncle and your great aunt, which would be Jean Como, which I'm assuming is French, which is crazy because I thought everyone there was Irish because of the potato famine. No, we're not going to do that again. Anyway, Jean Como was there. And he, if you don't know about him, wears a chicken suit. Pretty fucking funny. Runs the Canton Chronicles. Is that what it's called? He runs that show. And then Boozy Beauty, who I kept calling her Boozy Booty because I had a little bit of vape. Okay. But I love her to death. And she's a TikToker and a big one. I think she's like pretty big up there. And she's very pretty. And she's very smart. She's very funny. And I enjoyed being on the panel with all of these wonderful, fine individuals. And let me tell you something else. I need to issue an apology to Jean Clement, which I'm not going to say it like that, because I thought that he was wearing flip-flops in an old select board meeting, which fucked me up. Because like anytime I see someone's feet, I'm like, like I don't like feet. I really don't. I'm like, that your feet were out. That was actually someone else who I thought was John Camo a long time ago. And that's why I need to issue an apology. His feet haven't been out, but I also want to take back the apology because he doesn't wear socks with his boots. So now I'm reinstating the burn. Okay. So that's where we're at. Okay. No, not Cuomo. We don't do non-consensual Cuomos. So first I'd like to apologize to Jean Clement for saying his feet were out once. But again, on the record, I want to take it back and I want to reissue a burn, a sick burn. You sweaty footed fuck. Why are you not wearing socks in your boots? Also, I want to give him props because he brought his whole family to talk some shit to people who talk shit to him. And if you missed it, I found out that there are people in Canton whose regular day-to-day life is running from the cops and their kids. So it's not just the cops that are chasing people, but it's Colin Alberts. Okay. They get in the street and they chase you. They chase you down the street. They call you names. They make accusations. And then they send texts to your family and friends saying inappropriate things about your daughter or your stepdaughter. And that's what happened to Jean Comment. And then not only did he roll up like a baddie with his stepdaughter and his ex-wife who was there to support him, which is so like, it's so Brad and Jen, right? Because you never would have thought, but turns out she's like, I got you, babe. So it's like, that rules. Like, nothing better than a family that sticks together even through like, breaking up, they got each other's backs. Like I almost cried. And not only that, but they got each other's backs publicly. Like in front of the whole town. They're like throwing DX suckets. And on the record. So they got chased off the record by a wild Colin and his family, I guess. And then on the record, they threw suckets. DX, suck it. I got to reveal Papa Sean's connection to stand-up comedy, which was fun. And he wasn't mad about it. He appreciated it. We may have restored some unity in what I like to call it Mike Israel and Papa Stein. Okay? Like Israel and Palestine. Like Mike is Israel. So we'll say Jewish Mike and Papa Stein. Like we might have fixed something. I don't know how, but I think we did it. Okay, because Papa wanted to go on, but he couldn't because he was doing a class. And I didn't ask what kind of class, but I'm assuming it's Panama Canal 101. Okay, because that man has seen some shit. Or DEA 202. Something's going on. Papa had to be there. There are learned minds ready to be formed. And he had to be there. Okay, he had to be there. He couldn't be with us. He had to be there. But he sounded like he wanted to. He said he wanted to. He said he had to do class though. So maybe Mike Israel and Papa Stein will come together and work things out. Everything will be fine. In the Mazza strip. Well, that sounds like Mazza. Oh, in the Mazza strip. Like Mazza is the new Gaza. This isn't appropriate, isn't it? This is probably going to get me canceled, isn't it? This is not okay to say. Is this okay to say? Yikes. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, Mia. It is dentist day. And for that, you're going to get this. Okay. And by the way, go check out the Young Jerks. They rule. Boozy Booty was hilarious. I love her so much. And also, put on socks if you're going to wear boots. Like, what are we doing, dude? What are we doing? Come on. Like, why are we anyway, this is for you, Mia. Thank you very much.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't get on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never shit, and you falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Shit, you just like a fat. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out.
Dude, I'm reading y'all's comments while I'm watching this, and this is so freaking funny. Like, first of all, my 10-year-old threw me an X last year. She's talking about the suck it. He didn't know what it meant, but I was aghast and mildly proud. Dude, getting thrown a suck it in today's day and age is like, dude, thanks for the fucking nostalgia. Thank you. Like, I appreciate a good suck it. Also, laughing pretty hard at this. The YouTube creator world is so bitchy. It is petty. It is bitchy. It is wild. I didn't even do anything, and I got my ass chewed for almost a year once. You guys remember? That was someone else, and I got in trouble. So that was crazy. Okay. I've been in some meat grinders here. It's so bitchy. Oh my God. And that has nothing to do with Papa Uncle Mike. She's just making a statement. I'm presuming based on recent events on the internet that we're not going to fucking talk about, because honestly, it's like national treasure, and I'm not a huge Nicolas Cage fan, so we're just not going to do that. Also, I have been seeing all kinds of crazy fights over so many different things. I literally have to like categorize the beef, you know? And the other thing is, like, if you even talk about any of it, like, it's like Fight Club. Like, don't fucking talk about it or you're in trouble. But then, like, everybody else is talking about it. And then if you don't, they're like, well, you didn't speak up. So that's weird. And then if you do, they're like, why are you involving yourself? So there's nothing you can fucking do. I'm just like, can I pet that dog? Like, why? Why? I wonder how Grizzly does it. I bet she just ignores everything and everyone. Oh my God. I need to ask her, like, how do you, I guess, just don't acknowledge any of it? This isn't happening. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. Like, I can do that. I'm going to try that. I'm going to see if that works. But also, I have so many questions. And also, oh my God. I had a list of questions I wanted to ask Uncle Mike, but then I was like, I realized just seconds before it started, like, I knew we were going to talk about the select board, but I didn't expect Jean Kumo to bring his whole family up to throw suckets at a fucking tyrant, like at a fucking real ass fascist. So when that happened, I was like, and then it occurred to me, like, this isn't my fucking show. Like, I don't run anything. I have no control. So why did I make a fucking list of questions like I did with Duty Ed? Why did I do that? Like, why? Why? I'm not supposed to ask questions. And it's rude to commandeer. But then, like, also my mic was cutting in and out because my cord wasn't twisted in all the way. Or my headphones, I mean. So I felt like I was delayed. And I think I just had my YouTube on and the actual screen that's up through StreamYard muted. So I was literally on a delay. So I was just kind of hoping I wasn't talking over anyone. And I was. And I was like, what the fuck? And that's when I realized I had to sync up my you basically had to close the YouTube and then turn my volume on to hear in StreamYard. And then it made sense. But by then we were almost done. I opened up with the dumbest fucking I was like, it may, after looking at, I mean, not a lot of comments about it, but a couple where people are like, this bitch from Texas doesn't get two-party consent. And I'm like, that sounds bad. First of all, I do. Like, I get no means no. I get that shit. What I don't get is a world where prank calls are illegal and can end you up in jail. Like, I not only don't get that, I reject that. And all I could think is the amount of Boston creators and people that I know there that I wanted to have on to do prank calls and realize, like, would I get them in trouble by like prank calling people on the stream with them? Or is it by default? Is it by default, like, because I'm there and I'm from Texas, does my consent like over, or my lack of needing consent, which sounds bad, but we're talking about with recording people, just to be clear, like, does that carry over to them, like rollover minutes? How does this work? And then I was like, well, don't, like, I don't want to ask that because that sounds kind of rude. I don't want to make it about me. So instead of like directly making it about me, I was like, oh, let's think of examples with other creators that everybody likes so that it's like I'm doing everyone a solid by clarifying. And instead, it looked like I was accusing people maybe of crimes. When I went back and watched it, I was like, no, I was actually just being selfish. Why is that so wrong? Like, I just want to be a little selfish and find out if it's okay for me to make prank calls because I already have with people there. And does that constitute as wiretapping? And also, what is the legal definition there of wiretapping? Because definitions are different in different states. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. Because in Texas, assault can be a threat. And they threaten people there. So I'm thinking, oh, is that assault? Like what Chris and Colin did? That's assault. So I was hoping to transition into that. And then halfway through discussing this with Mike, I realized, oh, I'm doing the thing again where I'm on his show and I'm asking question and I shouldn't have done that. And I'm going to learn how to communicate well one day, but it's not today. Okay. You know, Julia I love that you brought up Linda Tripp. I have so many thoughts and I can't get into them right now, but thank you for that. And second, what the fuck? Because you're right. And also, like, there are other people involved in drama. And I just realized, like, they're in different states. So if one state has 2-party consent and one state has 1-party consent, is it 1.5-party consent? Does one cancel out the other? How many consents do we need? What's the consensus? Get worked one in there. But seriously, you think it's a good question? Because I almost started hyperventilating when I realized, like, am I accusing creators of the past of committing crimes? Because I didn't mean it that way. And I would never, like, no, that's like, that would be fucking crazy to, like, even, like, no, because I was doing it. It was my show. I was the one who was like, let's fucking call these bitches. Like, also, if there's video, like, how is it that Chris Albert can film people, but he can't do the audio? Like, I don't, anyway, it was a lot. I'm still not clear on it. Okay. I'm not clear on it, but I'm working on it. Okay. I'm working on figuring it out. Yeah. Titties on the back. Big time. Big time. So, we have a lot to talk about. Boats and shit or not. You're recording me. Fuck. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Just, you can have consent this time. You're a fine art photographer? Oh, that's wonderful. I would like to see some of your art, please. Then I didn't pick up anything off when you weren't. I thought you guys made it good because of your. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Is there? That's what I wanted to know. Is there a YouTube loophole? Because if there is, could you technically record private? Now, this is where it gets complicated. You can make private lives. So I can go live and then make it private. So it's recording and it's live, but nobody can see it, which what's the fucking point of that? But you can do it. So can I do that and record someone and just keep it? I don't know. Is a third-party platform something that can negate wiretap charge? I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not yet. Is it good? Because the laws are weird. The laws are weird. Parasocial. Oh, so they fly through the air while talking to people. I get it. I don't know words. I mean radio shows. That's what I'm fucking. That is. Thank you. I should have had Mel come on for me. Yes, Mel. Mel, do you want to be? Do you want to be my like surrogate? Like you, I'll tell you the question. It'll take me 45 minutes, and then you narrow it down to like you edit it to 15 seconds. Because that's it. Like, how does, because I looked up New York and it said, I think that one's 2-party, or maybe it's Phil. I don't know. One of them's 2-party consent, but like Howard Stern, right? And where were the Jerky Boys from? Anyway, laws are man-made. Record everyone and keep tinfoil over your windows. I could go to a thrift store with you. I already feel like you would find the haunted thing or something hidden that has money in it. I have a feeling that you have a actual tape recorder with a tape in your pocket, and I respect you, Sunflower Soul. I really do. And I do agree. I'm like, just record it all, like Truman Show. That's fun. Okay, so I have a lot to talk about today. So much. But there have been updates in 2 cases. One of them we've talked about in the past. The other one we haven't, but when I used to go on Melanie Little's channel, she would talk about it, and I looked it up, and I'm pretty sure one time we were casually talking about something, and she, oh my God, you have a hamburger phone? Okay, I can't look at chat right now. I'm going to get distracted, and I love that for you. I had a Garfield one, and I have a Stone Cold Steve. It doesn't matter. Anyway, but love that. So, okay, so she casually mentions this case once, and I feel like we briefly talked about it, but I can't remember. But I had looked it up, and I was like, this is impossible. And it was a woman, who had a suicide. Her basically her death was marked as suicide, and she'd been stabbed like a lot in places that and a lot And there's no way it was suicide. Like, it was not a suicide. Her name's Ellen Greenberg. And I went, no. And then I looked it up and started learning about it. And I was like, what the fuck? And it was really disturbing. Because no, that's not a suicide. Like, that's fucking crazy if you think that. And beyond a forensic like scope, like, it's just no. It's just, how? It's like, how, like, that many, like, I get Elliot Smith stabbed himself, but no, like, and I believe some of it was in the back, right? So, like, ma'am, no, you didn't do that to yourself. So there's an update there. And that's courtesy of Ban. She's getting better. And I have no place to judge her. She's wildly successful. But regardless, I'm enjoying her more. And then also, there's been some updates in the Farwell case with Sandra Birchmore. And I'm like, how did I miss this? You know how? Probably the drama. That's why we got to stay out of it. In fact, I will not acknowledge it again. The point is, oh, your domain is down. It's fine. Just email me pictures. Agent Pat Sanford, FBI, you're so funny. Okay, so I want to catch up on those cases because I'm very interested in them. And also, there was a weird situation with a domestic, I believe, with Farwell's twin who did not get charged yet, or at least he's not incarcerated, right? Maybe he went back. I'm not sure. Again, I'm trying to catch up on this. So when I saw some updates, I said, well, heck, let's just see them together, right? Because you guys are into that. And I don't know if you saw this, but some of it is quite interesting, especially the Ellen Greenberg stuff, okay? I believe it's going to be 2 weeks before they make a decision. I'm not entirely sure. So let's check it out together, shall we? And then after we watch some news, we're going to get to the point. And look, we're 30 minutes in. This is great. And we're already starting. Wow. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on. Everybody just chill the fuck out. Okay. Because we're about to learn some updates in some cases that are real spooky dooky. Okay. Here we go.
In 2019, a young New York City woman was found hanging in her walk-in closet in her Manhattan apartment, and the ME labeled it a suicide. Her remains were handed over to her family, but the funeral director they enlisted sent those remains back to the coroner's office after noticing bruises that were, quote, significant and troubling. So the ME did an autopsy and then promptly doubled down on the original conclusion: suicide. Like Ellen Greenberg, Sonam Kshatriya was 27 years old, and like Ellen, she has parents who will never believe that she took her own life and who spent years fighting in the courts to have their death investigated by the police. In a minute, you're going to meet their attorney, who also represents Ellen Greenberg's parents, Josh and...
And by the way, this is a 2-for-1, okay? Because we're going to learn about 2 cases. I don't know anything about this case. I want to go back one more time because I'm a little shocked. Isn't it weird how much this one kind of sound? I mean, it's not necessarily the same circumstance, one could say, but kind of. With the hanging reported as... it just, you'll see, it's a little, the Birchmore crossover is strange. Like, how many cops are neglecting, I guess, to... I don't know if it's because they're not communicating with them. Like, this is all weird. There's too many cases where it's very obvious that someone did something, and there's usually a forensic investigator as like a liaison to explain to the medical examiner or the coroner a little bit more about what's going on so that they can reach a conclusion. And one other case that we've been talking about, Celeste Rivas, okay? They have yet to rule the cause of death necessarily a homicide, because even though they're doing a homicide investigation technically, because like they don't know the circumstance, so it's deferred. But it's like it's clearly a homicide because you can't cut yourself up and put yourself in a trunk of a Tesla. So the investigation into specific persons of interest can't take place until they determine the cause of death, which in a way I understand. But considering the circumstances and that the Tesla was registered to her boyfriend who was too old for her, therefore, let's not call him a boyfriend, let's call him a groomer, because that's what he is. I don't understand how this isn't something to investigate a specific person, that person being the groomer. I'm just saying. And it's weird how this keeps happening. It's almost like this one person, the ME, right? And then the investigator. The ME can take all the power in their hands and fuck up a case or make it what it is, make it strong, give the investigator something to work with, and vice versa. It's just so strange how obvious some of these are, especially Ellen's. That's all I'm going to say. Here you go. Finish watching this.
Apartment, and the ME labeled it a suicide. Her remains were handed over to her family, but the funeral director they enlisted sent those remains back to the coroner's office after noticing bruises that were, quote, significant and troubling. So the ME did an autopsy and then promptly doubled down on the original conclusion: suicide. Like Ellen Greenberg, Sonam Kshatriya was 27 years old, and like Ellen, she has parents who will never believe that she took her own life and who spent years fighting in the courts to have their death investigated by the police. In a minute, you're going to meet their attorney, who also represents Ellen Greenberg's parents, Josh and Sandy. But first, I want to walk you through some red flags that the family can't get past, and you might not be able to either, because I know I can't. Let's begin with the person who found Sonam's body. He was an ex-boyfriend named Luke Kareem Matthew. He's a competitive jiu-jitsu fighter, and the family's investigation found that he has 7 prior arrests. He and Sonam broke up months before her death, but just 2 days before her alleged suicide, he texted her suggesting that they watch a UFC fight together. That was on Saturday, September 14th, 2019. The ex-boyfriend claims that he left the next morning on Sunday at 7 a.m., but then says he came back on Monday to walk the dog that the two apparently shared. He says that Monday is when he found Sonam's body hanging in the closet. Here's the problem. Sonam was seen on surveillance video on that previous Saturday, 2 days earlier, wearing the exact same clothes that she was found in when she was dead. Again, 2 days later, wearing the same clothes. And there's more. Luke Kareem Matthew, the ex-boyfriend, told the police that the 911 operator instructed him to cut Sonam down because she was hanging. But we got our hands on the recording of that 911 call, and that is definitely for yourself.
What's your apartment number? 30. What's going on? Your apartment number is 30? Listen to me. I'm not understanding anything you're saying. You have to talk clearly. Please, you're not breathing. Hurry up.
I don't hear them saying cut her down, but he insisted that they told him to. I should note that Sonam's ex is not charged or suspected of any crime in connection with Sonam's death. Nobody is. But should somebody be? The crime scene, believe it or not, even though it was a hanging, was bloody, dripping with blood, in fact. But no blood was found on Sonam's hands. So how does that work? If she's going to hang herself and there's blood everywhere, how does it somehow get off of her hands?
Right? Can we go back a little? Because, right? That's a good point, Bam Bam. How How's she not got any blood on her? She's the victim.
Is not charged or suspected of any crime in connection with Sonem's death. Nobody is. But should somebody be? The crime scene, believe it or not, even though it was a hanging, was bloody, dripping with blood, in fact. But no blood was found on Sonem's hands. So how does that work? If she's going to hang herself and there's blood everywhere, how does it somehow get off of her hands? Investigators also noticed rigor mortis had set in, but they never explained why her arm and her legs were bent. Because, you know, if she'd hanged herself hours earlier, everything would be in a straight line. Still no official change, though, in the suicide finding. And that brings me back to Joseph Podraza. He is the attorney for Sonem's parents, but he also represents Ellen Greenberg's family, and he's here with me live. It's good to have you, Mr. Podraza. Thanks so much for being here. First question, where does Sonem's case stand right now as we speak?
Well, Ashley, we are at the highest court in New York State asking for the court to review the matter and to assist in ordering that an investigation be done and a more thorough investigation be done than what's been done in this case. And we're waiting for that court to decide whether they will take the matter up or not.
So the blood was a total shock to me when I found out about it, because I thought in a hanging, you don't usually have a bloody crime scene. Well, I can't even say it's a crime scene right now, but you don't usually have a bloody scene. And yet there's lots of blood in the photos, and there's none of it on Sonem's hands. How did the medical examiner explain that conundrum?
Well, they actually don't. And their only explanation that they put forth is that, well, maybe when the emergency personnel showed up on Monday after the call was made to 911, maybe they were so sloppy that they spread the blood around on the apparatus or the rope that was used for the hanging. The blood that is outside of the scene that cannot be explained from the hanging, they have no explanation for. And that leaves us then in the quandary when you have these problems. You can't call this a suicide. What you need to do is more investigation to figure out what happened here.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Oh, God. As much as I tried not to, we did get non-consensually quamoed. Not commode, quamoed. Commode. What is that? Commode. Aw. Can I call Cuomo? Oh, no, he doesn't have the D. No, but if we get Cuomo, I can say it's, or is it QO? You know what? I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm trying to figure out how to call Chris Cuomo a commode. Okay? But it just doesn't work that way. Okay. So that ended quickly, and I'm oh God. Hold on. Dry mouth. Yes. Sustenance. Okay. That ended quickly, and I'm realizing I might have put in the short version. I did put in the short version of the video because there was a longer cut. So I'm just going to read to you some of the updates, okay? And this is as of 12 hours ago, they're taking on this young lady's case. And this is very, very interesting stuff, right? So Ellen Greenberg, let me first, for those of you who don't know about it, I want to read to you straight up what happened to her, because I probably didn't describe it as, let me put it this way, you'll get why people are furious, all right, once I tell you. So she's an American woman who died after sustaining, ready for it, 20 stab wounds. 20. Her death was ruled a suicide officially, despite the 20 stab wounds, 10 to her back, and neck. Pardon? And I believe it was her head as well, right? 11 bruises. So she has 11 bruises, not abrasions, bruises, like big thick ones. Okay. And this sparked extensive debate as to whether the cause of death was actually a homicide. I can imagine why. Because 20 stab wounds with 10 to the neck and to her back, that's not, nope. All right. So let's keep going. On January 26th, so January, also snowing. Isn't it interesting how it's always snow? It's always snow, right? And this is in Philly. On January 26, 2011, a blizzard hit Philadelphia. Oh, what's that? A blizzard? God forbid there's a crime in a blizzard, because the police don't know what the fuck they're doing the second the weather goes bad, right? Okay. A blizzard hit Philly, prompting Greenberg to leave work and return to her apartment. At approximately 6:40 p.m., Greenberg was pronounced dead as the result of 20 stab wounds, including 10 to her back and neck. There were also 11 bruises in various stages of resolution. What does that mean? That means that could have been beaten yesterday, the day before, a week ago, or now. This is concerning. These are often signs of prolonged or ongoing domestic violence, in my opinion. Okay. On her right arm, her abdomen, and her right leg, also very concerning, especially because leg bruises can often indicate certain things as well. According to the investigation report, Greenberg's body was discovered by her fiance, Samuel Goldberg, who returned from a gym to find their apartment door secured with a swing latch and knocked it down after unsuccessfully trying to reach her. Goldberg subsequently called 911, stating that Greenberg stabbed herself and fell on the knife. Okay. Fell on the knife and stabbed herself. Okay. Let's all take a moment. I feel like I can speak to this a little bit because I've been stabbed. Okay. And let me tell you something. It's not something that's enjoyable. I was very lucky. I had a ton of adrenaline. But a lot of the reason the adrenaline kicks in is not just, let me put it this way. It's not just like nerves being severed or something, or like fear necessarily. It's more, in my opinion, and from what I've been told, shock, right? So shock often comes with surprise. Fight or flight, right, will also induce this adrenaline. But if you're not shocked at first, like literally, you're not like, oh, I'm surprised. Or if it's something that you are inflicting upon yourself, sure, the body will often go into shock right after. But the whole, like, I don't know how to explain it, but the element of like, oh my God, I'm scared, and even fear inducing it and covering it up, or even like it happening beforehand, it doesn't really work like that, I would think, right? So imagine you do it once. I mean, most people, a lot of people will oftentimes, and I feel confident saying this because you don't see a lot of cases of people repeatedly stabbing themselves all over their own body. Okay. Elliott Smith was an exception, and it wasn't all over. But it's almost like saying someone shot themselves 5 times in the back and front, right? It's just not like, usually the shock from the first will make you go, oh, fuck, or you'll stop. And it wasn't something that would directly kill you, like on the wrist. Like, it's not really something that a lot of people do to ensure an ending. So there's a lot of things about the psychology of it that I have opinions about, but for the sake of not upsetting anyone by saying something wrong, let me just say, if you wanted to do it, that wouldn't be the way. Okay? If you wanted to do it, that wouldn't be the way, if you truly wanted to. And if you didn't truly want to, let's say, and I'm not saying she would, but let's say it is a cry for help, okay? Or possibly attention seeking, or maybe, which it very rarely would be something that extreme, right? But let's be honest with ourselves. If it were that, or if it were anything other than I positively want to end this way, you would usually stop after the first opportunity. So everything about this screams someone else did it, you know? And it's very strange considering some of the things that have been said and done by the fiance have been very suspicious, in my opinion. Simultaneously, which is my favorite word, how many times are we going to see a loved one murdered? And it's always the person coming home from the fucking gym. Have you noticed this? Because the amount of cases of people exiting gyms or going to gyms, or I came home from the gym and they're dead. So many datelines. There was I keep saying Dua Lipa, but that's not her name. The something with a D case where it was a shoot. It's a girlfriend and her meathead gym rat boyfriend. And he's pretty funny, honestly, in the documentary shit that I saw about it. But yeah, she got recorded trying to buy a hitman, and I believe they even faked a hitman situation, faked a murder. Doulos, yes, thank you, Doulos. That one, Jim, there was a shooting here in Texas of like this woman who looked like an Instagram lady, Jim. There was one in St. Louis of a girl had to stalk Jim. There's so much. It's all, yeah, Dahlia. Oh, it's Dahlia DiPolito. That's it. Doulos is different. It's Dahlia, but did Doulos come home from a gym too? See what I mean? It's always a fucking gym. There's one with a woman who, her boyfriend said that he was going to play poker and then he ended up changing it to the gym. So it's just like, when you hear the excuse, I was at the gym. It's like, okay, you did it at a certain point. Not really, but like, you know what I mean? Like this is, oh, you're going to work out right now? Like, but also, why is this happening so much? I'm wondering because a lot of these people who do this are also jacked. Now, I'm going to venture out on a limb here and don't get mad, but really think about this. Think about the times you see some muscle nut, okay, or some jacked bitch, and they're just like, I just came home and I don't know what happened. Everything's been great. Now they're dead, stabbed in the front and the back and the bottom and the top. And it's like, what, dude? Or I didn't hire a fucking hitman, even though I left it this time. I have a perfect timeline. Here's my phone. Everything's perfect. Enjoy. And I know everything I did that day. Exactly, Darlene. I'm starting to wonder if there's something in the protein shakes. Like, what the fuck? Okay. What's in the protein shakes? What are you guys putting in those smoothies in the morning? Exactly, Darlene. Could be a little Benoit situation. Could be a little War Machine situation going on there. Drug test them. If you get, I'm sorry, but if you get home from a gym and arrive home to a murder, you should be drug tested. I want to know if you're on any roids, because why does your chick have bruises and why is she dead? And well, you know, if you arrive home and your loved ones are murdered, okay, I'm afraid you're gonna have to be drug tested, Sherlock, because what's in your shake? What's in your smoothie? I have questions. Anyway, so Goldberg subsequently called 911. Oh yeah, and then he's like, "Don't worry, I solved it. She stabbed herself." Oh, well, thank goodness we have you, Mr. Goldberg. Thank goodness we have you to tell us exactly what happened, even though you weren't fucking there. Great. That was another sign of the crime was initially treated as a suicide by the police investigators. That's where they fucked up. When you see someone stabbed in the front and back, don't call it a suicide. Right? Exactly. But for the people who want to argue about it, which so far I haven't really seen any, so I guess you're, good point. It's like, just in case you want to argue with this, here's all the reasons why that's silly. You silly goose, All right, crime scene was initially treated as suicide by the police investigators, but after an autopsy, only after an autopsy, who taught them crime scene investigation? Was it Fraggle Rock? Was it the cast of Fraggle Rock? Was it puppets? Did puppets that play instruments teach you crime scene investigation? I bet they have a lot of solo cups in the back of their car. I bet they have a lot of solo cups and a lot of stop and shop bags or whatever it's called, because this is absurd. Listen, it was a blizzard, so we had to say suicide. It was cold. Do we not? Stevie earmuffs. Okay. The medical examiner's office then changed its conclusion. Oh wait, let me go back up. I missed something. Here we go. The next day, the police department, the PPD, differed, which, by the way, ain't been shit since Ken Maines left. And that's my opinion. I'm sticking to it. The death, and I should say retired. Okay. He would never abandon his troops. The death of Ellen Greenberg has not been ruled a homicide. Well, why the fuck not? Homicide investigators are considering the manner of death as suspicious at this time, as they should. And they should have at another time when it happened. Just my opinion. The medical examiner's office then changed its conclusion, saying in February that the death was a suicide. So even after fucking thinking about it and showing someone who has experience in doctor, hi, I do doctor. I know things. I see stabbings. Let me look. Sure, suicide. That doesn't make me feel good. Don't go to that medical examiner. What? Also, drug test the medical examiners. What the? This is just as crazy as saying, well, Jean-Monnet did it to herself. Like, what is wrong with you? Really, what is wrong with you? This is very Birchmore-y, by the way. It's very sad. It's very upsetting and very egregious. The apartment was cleaned and sanitized on January 27th. After permission to do so was given from the police. That's quick permission. But they announced it as a suicide in February. I would have thought, hey, stay out of the fucking apartment for a minute till we figure this out. In early 2018, the office of the Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro took over the case. In 2019, a spokesperson for Shapiro stated that computer searches made on Ellen's computer pointed towards Greenberg's death being a suicide and that the investigation had been closed. So this brings us to another thing. Anyone can make those searches. How do we know that was her and not him? To make it look like she would do that. Damn. The Attorney General's very stupid. Okay. So the Greenberg family's legal team provided them with significant volume, over 10 gigabytes of new evidence. So her family did a true detective. Okay. They went full-blown Kelly Siegs, including detailed forensic files and medical findings, 3D stab wound analysis of each of the 20 strikes Ellen suffered. Oh, I'm going to show this to my family and be like, you better step up. If I'm not, you better step up. And lengthy depositions of 3 Philadelphia ME officials, one of whom said Ellen was likely already dead when one of those stab wounds occurred. In July 2022, the internet community uncovered relationships between Josh Shapiro and the families of Samuel Goldberg and James Schwartzman, prompting the Attorney General's office to send the case to Chester County, Pennsylvania. Well, that's fun. That's crazy. Because, okay, in case you missed it, there was evidence on the laptop, all right, and it stated that there was, I'm sorry, this is very confusing how I wrote it, my bad. Okay, so legal representation for the Greenberg family disputed evidence that was on the laptop. So that's the suicide stuff, right? Okay. They said it's undisputed that Samuel Goldberg's uncle, James Schwartzman, took possession of Ellen's iPhone and 2 computers, which broke the chain of custody. So again, this is another situation like Buchanan and Proctor. Remember how Proctor had a pile of John's clothes just chilling in his car? Remember that? So yeah, let's stop. I'll stop looking at Cuomo. Sorry. So, oops, my bad. My non-consensual. I'm so sorry. You had to look at him. I'm so sorry. Okay, my bad. And good idea. Thank you, Jess H. So basically, okay, did I say it right? Cuomo, colloquialism. That's for Reggie. Colloquialism. I can't say it. So just to be clear, what is it? The cousin, right? Or is it his uncle? Yeah, it's his uncle. Okay, so the uncle, okay, of the dude who probably did it, took the laptop. Okay, they took the laptop and they broke the chain of custody. And not just the laptop, what was that? The phone. Okay, so they took the laptop and the phone. So that sucks because they can change all kinds of things. All right. And so the family proved that. And then basically the attorney general's office was like, ah, shit, busted. And then moved it to Chester County. Okay. To avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest, which is a fun way of them getting around admitting there's a conflict of interest. They say, well, it appears like it. So we're just doing the right thing. It's like, no, your ass got fucking called out. And now you're making up shit to distance yourself. But okay. Anyway, the Chester County District Attorney's Office announced the investigation was inactive, citing an independent forensic expert with an undergraduate degree in entomology, which is the study of bugs, which my friend actually does. And she's a lot of creepy, like styrofoam boards with bugs with needles stuck through them. And that's what they do. Without any medical training, which was widely criticized by Greenberg's legal team and the true crime community. I agree. So right now it is going through the courts, okay? And what do we have? The Philly Court of Common Pleas allowed the case to proceed past the motion to dismiss. They addressed the conflict of interest shit. In February, the pathologist that originally ruled the case of suicide signed a document stating that he amended his position on the cause of her death. So he got called out and he went, psych, my bad, let me change it so I don't look like shit. No longer considering it a suicide. He wrote, it's my professional opinion, Ellen's manner of death should be designated as something other than a suicide. Since Osborne is no longer employed by the Philly Medical Examiner's Office, his statement does not have any influence. So now they're trying to go through the courts to get this shit reversed. We're blacked out. Okay, there. And I believe in 2 weeks, they're supposed to rule something on it, on whether or not they're going to allow it. I do want to dive back into this some more. And I'd like to look more into this young lady's case because I do feel like something's going on here. And also people has been stalking the shit out of her ex-fiance, Sam. And it's very, very interesting because literally 3 days ago, okay, they are like, we're going to tell you everything about him, where he's at, what he does, and why he did it. And I really love that for them. But I believe they're also talking about, or there is potentially, what is this, like a civil suit? I just want to get caught up on it because there's a lot of specifics and I'd like us to do a deep dive in it. And I want to see if you guys are interested in that because I find it very weird. Okay. Also, her ex, okay, moved on with his life. He's married. He has kids now. Oh, you can't punish him. Okay. Anyway, let's hope that the civil cases, okay, if they, I believe I saw that there were 2 situations in civil court possibly that are going through, but apparently it's drawing a lot of attention. Yeah, it's a civil suit. There's 8 pages of it 8 pages of it available. And I'm thinking maybe we should read through it. So I think we're going to cover that. But her lawyer just took on another case that is like very, very similar to Sandra. And with that said, let's see what updates are going on with Sandra Birchmore, shall we? Okay.
Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
It's been more than 4.5 years since Sandra Birchmore, then 23 years old and 3 months pregnant, was found hanging in her apartment in Canton, Massachusetts. But it is the decade of exploitation and deceit and corruption that came before that turned what looked like a simple suicide into an all-out murder case brought by the feds, and a lawsuit brought by Sandra's family, and multiple investigations and hearings involving police in the neighboring town of Stoughton. That's where Sandra joined the Young Explorers program when she was just 13. It's a program for kids who want to get a taste of police work. The man charged with Sandra's murder, Matthew Farwell, was a Stoughton cop and a mentor in the Explorers program. But before he was hit with those charges, Sandra's family filed a lawsuit accusing him and 2 other Stoughton cops of, and I quote, grooming and repeated sexual assaults against Sandra over the course of a decade. Those other 2 cops, now former cops, are Matthew Farwell's brother, William Farwell, and Robert Devine, the former deputy chief of the Stoughton Police Department and leader of the Explorer program. Both men deny wrongdoing, and neither has been charged with any crime connected to Sandra. But for months now.
But I do want to interject. Let me interject real quick. I just want to point out their excuses, okay? Other Farwell and this guy Robert were, I didn't have sex with her until she was a legal adult. First of all, you groomed her. So I would consider it molestation, no matter what she said. And second of all, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. In my opinion, you didn't, okay? Neither did your brother, because they made jokes about passing her around. She also talked to people about this. And it's really crazy how the same digital extraction specialists, I say that with sarcasm, in Karen Reed's case, who couldn't find their elbow from their asshole, couldn't find thousands of text messages, right, involving Karen's case. And mysteriously, they couldn't find them for Farwell's. Oops. Oopsie. Kind of crazy, right? But don't worry, because they got found, okay, when the feds rolled up, toot toot. And it's very disturbing. And she was groomed for a long time. And they're all evil sons of bitches, okay? All of them. Yeah, he did call her on the day she died. In fact, they're going to talk about that right now, Deanna. And you know what I find crazy is the one that moved to Arizona, like he had some paperwork come out about a domestic abuse situation where he was breaking shit in the house and screaming and terrifying his family. And that was pretty recently. I also find it weird that a lot of the budget that came from this old anti-youth gang program that was pretty messed up, and that program, a lot of it ended up getting funneled over to Youth Explorers. But what's weird about that other program also, when they tried to have another juvenile program that fought gangs, it was like this initiative to like keep kids out of gangs. When they did that, what was crazy is that the cops whose idea that was, the cop who invented that, he was having sex with a very young au pair who ended up cut in half in a dumpster named Karina Holmer. And they covered up him being the boyfriend. It ended up leaking. I ended up speaking to people who knew about it. The thing about that guy is he was fucking his supervisor. And then she said, do you want to move with me to Seattle and become assistant police chief? And he said, sure. He went with her. I guess he just left his family here. I don't know. It was only like 5 years and then he came back. What's crazy is he was also like a hero cop during the Boston bombing. In fact, they made a movie out of it and Marky Mark played him. So they don't have a good history with like police youth programs in Boston, Canton, Staunton, any of these places. So I just want to point that out. Again, she was cut in half. They never found the bottom half. Just strange. Strange. I guess it's a coincidence. All these cops killing people, killing young ladies in Massachusetts. Anyway, just a thought. I just think it's weird.
Devine has been the subject of a secret disciplinary set of hearings, and the Boston Globe just unearthed a bombshell from a closed-door hearing in June. The authorities, or the Globe says authorities now believe that former Deputy Chief Devine contacted, that's the word they used, contacted Sandra Birchmore on the very same day that she died, February 1st, 2021. It's unclear what form that alleged contact took, or what was said in the contact, or even whether Birchmore responded to Deputy Chief Devine. We do know Matthew Farwell is alleged to have strangled Birchmore that evening, February 1st, and we know he's seen on video surveillance entering and leaving her apartment building. We know that Sandra believed, or at least claimed, that Matthew Farwell was the father of her unborn baby, and Farwell apparently believed that he was. But the Globe reported earlier this year that DNA tests proved otherwise. The baby's father's true identity has not yet been revealed, and it may not be known. Matthew Farwell's murder trial hasn't yet been scheduled, but video recordings of the hearings for Robert Devine at Deputy Chief, they're being prepped for public.
I'm sorry. I want to go back and see something real quick. Because there's a couple of things that I wondered. Okay. First of all, she was hanging from a structure that was not that it was low to the ground. It wasn't that high. Like the chances of it actually hanging her at her height, again, like it's very odd. So here you see Monday the 24th. What is this? 2021. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, I'm so bad at military. What was that? 9/27? Okay, so 9/27. I want you to look at how tall this sumbitch is, all right? Take a look at how tall he is real quick, okay? And we're at 9/27. Look how tall this guy is when he walks through the door. Okay? Like, really pay attention.
Was alleged to have strangled Birchmore that evening, February 1st.
Okay, do you see how close he is to the top of the door? That's about how close Dylan is. I guess he's, 6 feet and some change? He's pretty fucking tall, okay? She's not that tall. She's a little on the shorter side, all right? I just want you to think about that, okay? Just think about that for a minute. We go on. So it's 9/27.
And we know he's seen on video surveillance entering and leaving her apartment building. We know that Sandra believed, or at least claimed, that Matthew Farwell was the father of her unborn baby. And Farwell apparently believed that he was.
Okay. So we're now at almost at 57. So we'll say exactly about 30 minutes. So 29 minutes. 29 minutes. Didn't he say he just went up there to break up with her? I mean, could have been a text or a phone call. I get it. Who's the real baby daddy? I don't know, but they did determine it is not him, which means likely not his brother, right? Because that would have popped up on okay. And here's another thing that I noticed. Does
apparently
it look
believed
like
that he was?
Okay, let me do this again.
That he was.
All right, see, he comes in. Let me go back again.
February 1st. And we know he's seen on video surveillance entering and leaving her apartment building. We know that Sandra believed, or at least claimed, that Matthew Farwell was the father of her.
So he came in and he stopped and he wiped his shoes off right there. Okay. He wiped his shoes off right there. Now, you're not going to have footprints or anything, but he's a cop, right? And he has gone in and out of this building a million times, right? So he knows about the camera. And when he was leaving for a second, it looks like he even glances up at
Farwell
it, right?
apparently believed that he was.
For a second, it just looks like he glances up at it, but he's got this mask on. He's got this mask on. And he leaves. And I was just thinking about it, and I was like, he comes in, he scrapes his shoes against the thing. He walks up there. He seems assertive. He's out in 30 minutes, okay? And he leaves. He's done. His jacket zipped. He's still got the face mask on. Everything looks the same. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, he even glances up at the camera. Part of me wonders if he pretty much knew, especially considering he has to know about cell phone extractions, right? I wonder if he knew that they were gonna call him on this, Like he knows that they're gonna peg it as him. He knows. And I wonder if that like confident strut and everything that he's doing, and the fact that he doesn't seem to mind, in my opinion, be like, yeah, he's wearing the mask, but that's kind of like and if anybody asks, I'm wearing the mask because it's COVID. Sure. Okay. He's following the rules of COVID. But you got to remember, like, he's having a baby that day, right? He's about to leave and go to a hospital. So it's COVID and he's got this mask on. So he is just entering this building to go see another woman. All right. And he's wearing the mask. And he's going to go to the I feel like, I know maybe it's a moot point, but this guy doesn't really, he's just visiting a lot of people during the height of COVID, right before he goes and sees his wife give birth in a hospital. To me, that alone is like, he doesn't give a fuck about a child's life or babies, right? Why would you expose your own kid to any? Let me put it this way. If I'm pregnant during COVID and my boyfriend is visiting anybody, even if it's to break up with them, okay? Like, I'd be pissed. To me, the fact that he would just go anywhere and visit anyone is like, you really don't care. So to me, that alone says like, and I know it's like, Jesus, he murdered someone. Like, that's allegedly, that's so much worse than what you're saying. Like, you're saying he possibly exposed his kid to COVID. Like, this is, he actually, because yes, I know, but what I'm saying is, doesn't that lack of I don't know, just the lack of thought show you how selfish this motherfucker is? Like, just the simple fact that he didn't even consider that likely. He literally doesn't care about the child he's about to have with this woman. Because at the height of COVID, before entering a hospital, he's going to someone else's at all. So to me, that's like kind of telling. Like, I really don't think he would have a problem killing a woman with a baby in her, whether it's his or not. And yeah, and that's another thing he did. He went over there ahead of time. He looked around. He was checking. Like, it was weird, right? And then don't forget, her friend, okay, ends up calling the police and wanting to snitch. And he had already yelled at her for that. And we have it all on text. So for 30 minutes, he goes in there. Okay. Like, I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like if he knew these cameras were for a cop, yeah, he killed, well, not his side chick. This is his grooming victim. He groomed her since she was 15 years old. He was one of her teachers in the Police Explorer program. And he was he was molesting her when she was a child. And I think that there are, I will say, microaggressions, but it's not even aggression. It's micro behaviors that I think really show you how careless and thoughtless this prick is. Like, how selfish. He's literally murdering a pregnant woman to go to a hospital at the height of COVID to watch his wife give birth. Like, he doesn't care about the health of any fucking babies. Yes, his twin brother also molested her, and another officer. And the one who is like the fucking leader, okay, reaches out to her on the day she dies. And the other one is going in there to kill her. And here's the fucked up part. She had told him, this is your baby. And he was so livid. And then he does this. So the theory is the motive is he doesn't want her to have the baby, right? Well, they finally got the results back after labeling it a suicide and then charging him and saying it wasn't. It was a homicide. And then they get the results back, and the baby's not even his. The baby's not even his. It is insane. Yeah. And so these 3 cops in this Explorer program molested her since, what was it, 2012, right? 11 or 12 when she joined? Since she was a little kid. Ugh. But anyway, I think when he leaves, I feel like he glances at the camera and then he turns away to hide himself, right? But look at how he walks in kind of casually and how he leaves really quick. It's very interesting. And I don't think he's wearing gloves.
But the Globe reported earlier this year that DNA tests proved otherwise. The baby's father's true identity has not yet been revealed, and it may not be known. Matthew Farwell's murder trial hasn't yet been scheduled, but video recordings of the hearings for Robert Devine at Deputy Chief, they're being prepped for public release, and they could drop any day now. So,
and you know what bothers me also? I'm just going to say it. A lot of people, when they talk about this, they talk about how fucked up the cops are. And that's true. They are. But like, you don't really hear a lot of people talk about Sandra. And like, she's a teacher. I didn't even know that for a long time. Like, I saw so many news reports when I was like reading up on it. They never tell you about that. Like, she was a teacher. Like she taught at school. She had students. Like, how sad is that? What do her students think? Are they okay? Like, think about that. She was in this Explorer program. Then she goes on to teach kids. She probably talked about being in this program and how much she loved it. They probably thought, whoa, my teacher's so cool. I wonder if we have a program like that. Jesus. Like, they never talk about what she did when she was alive that was good. They always like show her text messages and the way she talked, but you know, and they show you the stuff that involves Farwell, who is the groomer and a molester. So naturally, the discussion is going to be, you know, a little rated R sometimes. That's kind of part of the grooming process. And yeah, it's just super disturbing that like I don't know, it kind of makes me sad. Like they never talk about her being a teacher. What do her students think? Why don't they interview them? Ask if she was a good teacher, what they miss about her. Like, I'm very interested in that stuff. I do like that a lot of people reminisced on Enrique, you know, which was covered around this time by a lot of FKR creators. But like with Sandra, I don't know why I said it like that. Sandra, with Birchmore, like, there's a lot of activism that needs to be done and a lot of like promoting of her case. But I would like to know more about her as a person, you know, and not just what was done to her, because I think that like humanizing her would also put her in the spotlight more. Like you always see, you know, victim groomed by cops, but what about like local teacher is taken from us? You know, this teacher has been taken from our community. Teachers are just as important as cops, if not more, because they're who create, you know, for you this atmosphere that teaches you about the world and about like how to be a person, how to engage in society, about ethics, about morals, about all these important things. They form you as a person just as much as your parents, because you're spending as much time at school in your lifetime, right? And it just blows my mind that, you know, we're expecting them to be cops now in school and dodge bullets and protect all these children. And the cops can't even do that. You saw Uvalde. So we're putting all this pressure on them. Here, have our children for half of their lives until they're 18. 50% of their time will go to you, and you're responsible for them. That's a lot. And the crazy thing is those kids, some of them will go on to be cops, right? So in a way, I think they're more important than cops. Without teachers, how are they going to pass the test? How are they going to learn to not just drool and sit there? Like, you learn how to read, you learn everything from teachers. So it just bothers me that, like, I don't know, why don't we know more about her? I want to know more about her. I want to see local teacher who we badly needed was taken from us by these douchebags. And they had sex with her when she was a kid. They molested her. They not had sex, they molested her. Like, these things need to be highlighted. Highlight, it doesn't matter. The point is, mixed up girl in a mixed up world, that's Mizzy. Okay. I will contact Mizzy. I would love to have her on if she'll do it. I'm gonna cry though. Like, this is so sad. I'm a university professor. I'm constantly preaching awareness and staying safe while going out. It bothers me that she was talking up the program where they gained access to her. No, I don't know if she was for sure or not. I'm saying, like, think about it hypothetically. Like, she's at school, right? She could probably be talking about her life to her kids. She could be imparting what she might suggest ROTC to someone. I'm saying she could have. Like, it's a disturbing and fucked up situation. And when you're groomed, you know, sometimes, I mean, she might have, who knows, she could have talked to the students about, like, I'm expecting, you know, or I have this boyfriend. Like, I wonder if they talked to any of them to see if she did say anything. Was she in a good mood at school? Was she in a bad mood? Like, I don't know. It's just, it's all weird. Like, because I also don't, it makes me sad to think that, like, this stuff could be normalized in a way. Like, to a victim, they might not know that what was done to them was wrong, you know, which so often is the case. And then they could be at work just like, oh, I really liked this program. And then it's like, well, shit, you know, like, and also not just that, like, she stuck with the program for a long time. Like, she knew a lot of them. She knew a lot of cops. And it's concerning that none of them snitched. You know what I mean? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying here's the thing. When you're groomed, right, and you're with someone, and then you're older and you've been with them since you're younger, what I'm saying is they don't realize that's what's going on, right? It's like the girls who get the Romeo pimps and they're like, but he loves me. He's my boyfriend. And it's like, your boyfriend wouldn't make you do this. Your boyfriend wouldn't hurt you like this. What he's doing is he's trafficking you, right? So I feel like in her head, based on a lot of the text messages, it seems like he was gaslighting her a lot. He was making her feel guilty, you know? What is it? Yeah, some girls do know what's going on. That's true. Some of them do. I just feel like when somebody has been taken advantage of from a young age, you know, and they stick around, it's not always because they're aware that what is going on is wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it's, some people need to be told, hey, like, it's not okay that he treats you like that, or that happened at all, because it is abuse, right? A lot of abuse victims go back to that person. And again, it's like a cycle, right? They don't realize they've been abused. Or maybe they realize it and they make excuses for it because that's their way of coping. And it's like part of the cycle. So I wish we could hear more about her. I'd like to hear about her as a teacher. I'd like to hear more about, like, what about these cops' wives? Like, are they just, some of them are still living with these dudes. Like, what? Not the one that's in prison, obviously, but the others. Jesus. Exactly. Oh, in Kentucky so far. In Lexington there is a crazy documentary I will link later on the community wall. Lexington has a bad problem. Like, it's everything that happened in that town with the sheriff is happening all over Kentucky, and in some of them it's the entire fucking in fact, it is the department where that young lady got raided, and I'm blanking on her name right now, but her apartment was raided and she was shot. And they raided the wrong apartment, and she was unarmed, I think, but her boyfriend was armed. Why am I blanking on her name? It's very famous. But yeah, that whole department's been under fire since that happened. And 60%, yes, Breonna Taylor. Thank you, Breonna Taylor. Yes. And she was an EMT, right? Ugh, so disgusting. 60% of victims do not acknowledge the rape molestation essay, especially in grooming situations, because grooming feels like a friendship. Yeah, like a relationship, right? That whole shit is corrupt and fucked up. The judge was married. They had, yeah. And Brian Etten goes there to talk to the women who were like, I was told I better be waiting there and be at that party and they'll drop my charges. And if not, they're going to call CPS and take my kids. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. Cognitive dissonance. Ah. Breonna Taylor. Yes. Say her name, Breonna Taylor. Is it Louisville or Lexington? Hold on. Actually, you know what? You're right. I think it is Louisville, but both, now that you mention it, I think they both have the same sex scandal going on. I know that's fucked up. Hold on. Give me 1 second because I want to make sure. One is a Vice documentary, and I think that one's Lexington, and then Louisville. The town with Breonna Taylor, yeah, this is it. There were 3 sex scandals, and they had to do with the schools, the men's basketball, the pay for sex recruiting scandal with men's basketball, and then the Jefferson County Public School one, and then the police one. So that's Louisville. In Lexington, it was 2 police ones and a football coach. Holy shit. So it's like 3 sex. And the reason that those even count with the police one is because the DA is related in both of those places, Louisville and Lexington, to people involved in these other sex scandals, both DAs. And then what's crazy is when you think about it, just north, right across the border of northwest Kentucky, I believe, is Steubenville, Ohio. And they had something very, very similar. And I know Ohio sounds far away, but no, it is literally, it's like Ironton, Ohio is right across the border. And then Steubenville's down a ways. That's where there was that case where Anonymous got involved. And in that scandal, again, DA related to one of the boys. So it's kind of crazy how all these school sports and police sex scandals overlap too. Yikes. Anyway, you read one of the best articles ever on this the other night that actually truly helped me to forgive myself. About how the grooming process works and how people, yeah, it's really hard to it's hard to read it and it's hard to kind of explain it. But I think when you've seen it happen to someone, or had it happen to you, or I don't know, if you've just seen it in real life, it's like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. It's like when you see someone, you're like, well, why would they go back, or why would they stick around? And then it's because you're not seeing all the guilt and the shame and the gaslighting and the emotional manipulation and the mental manipulation going on behind closed doors usually. And then you have to consider they fuck, these predators fuck with vulnerable people. Let's be honest. This girl's vulnerable. And until they quit fucking with you, it just goes on and on. That's kind of the point, right? It's crazy. It's really sad. But yeah, so there's a Louisville sex scandal, Louisville, sorry, Lexington, and then there's the one right across the border in Steubenville, but that's a little bit older. And then we have the sheriff. And then there was another weird one in Ashland a while back. Kentucky's got a lot. And then there's another one in Kentucky where it's like a boy went missing and the sheriff was I'm going to have to go look that one up and pull that because I found a whole bunch of stuff on that. And it was just so crazy about this sheriff who hides a boy's, I say a boy, he's a kid who was like 6 foot something. He was like huge stack of kid. And he goes missing, and it turns out that like he was like a band nerd. He was like a big sweetie. He kind of looked like Angus from the movie Angus. Anyway, he ends up going missing, and everybody's blaming the cops, and it just had a lot to do with like this small town corruption. And then you consider Crystal Rogers and Brooks Howe. Oh my, Kentucky. It's a vibe. Anyway, yeah, he is. And there's a lot of stuff going on with the Celeste thing. And I'm going to have to figure out where to squeeze that in because I'm already an hour and a half in and we still haven't gotten past the news. Let me make this big so you guys can see it. Here you go. Let's finish.
As I often say, watch this space.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our new.
I'm investigative reporter Ted Daniel. A former police officer with ties to the Sandra Birchmore murder case has been barred from ever being a cop in Massachusetts again. As 25 Investigates previously reported, Joshua Heel was accused of lying about a sexual relationship he had with Birchmore when she was a young adult. Heel still maintains he did nothing wrong.
I'm glad that this is over and behind us.
Abington Town Manager Scott Lambiase reacting to the post-commission order. It says former Abington School Resource Officer Josh Heel can never seek or hold employment by any law enforcement agency in Massachusetts again.
It's what we had anticipated, what we had hoped for with our recommendation. I think it's probably what's best.
Heel met Sandra Birchmore in a previous role working for Stoughton's Animal Control Unit. His name was published in an internal affairs report that accused Stoughton police officers of sexually grooming Birchmore when she was a minor.
The deputy told me that Heel and the deceased woman were friends and that they had texted quite frequently. I believe it was daily.
In a recording leaked to 25 investigators.
Okay, I want to pause here because I want to. This is pretty recently, okay? So this came out recently that there's another cop involved with the internal investigation, right? So the information that came out about this, all right, recently seems to leave out quite a bit of information that is also pertinent. One of the things that made me stop and go interesting is because they mentioned it came out due to the internal affairs investigation. So part of that investigation, is it to find out if Birchmore was pregnant from any other officers involved aside from Farwell? And it made me wonder if this guy, and I don't want to put this on her, but we do know she was pregnant, right? If one of the reasons we find out he ended up getting fired is it possibly him who is perhaps responsible for this child, i.e. for the pregnancy? And if so, is that how they ended up, I guess, coming up with him as also being part of this situation? Or is it strictly based on perhaps digital evidence? Let's find out and see. I'm not entirely sure yet.
Investigations last year, former Abington Police Chief David Del Papa revealed that Heel had intimate knowledge of Birchmore's involvement with the Stoughton officers, and he said Heel admitted to having sex with Birchmore in Stoughton when she was a young adult.
The deputy chief had disclosed to me that he had received oral sex from all.
Okay, so he did it when she was a young adult and later on stayed friends with her. Now, I already can see there's probably going to be a lot of people judging that. How would you stay friends with, again, she was a young adult. That's kind of part of the process. You know what I mean? And this is not okay because, again, a lot of these dudes were instructors. I don't think so, Foxy. I'm saying in addition. Again, it was pretty evident, and it was kind of part of the investigation that multiple officers, when she was young, very young, up until recently, or when she passed, I should say, had had relations with her. It might be that if they said but because I do believe that I don't want to say this in a way that is offensive, but basically what was said was that she was likely being used by multiple people, if that makes sense. Yes, Sister Wendy. What Sister Wendy said.
I basically told him that it happened off duty and extramarital affairs on any of my business.
Birchmore was found dead in her Canton apartment in February of 2021. State police and the medical examiner.
And by the way, Canton apartment, okay? Even though these are Stoughton cops, this is in Canton. They investigated it. The same investigators who fucked up Karen Reed's case. Interesting.
Ruled it a suicide. Last summer, federal authorities charged former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell with murdering Birchmore and staging her death to look like she hung herself.
Heal's law enforcement certification will say expired. We found nothing in the agreement that bars Heal from being a police officer in another state. Heal's lawyer tells 25 Investigates Heal is a government witness in Matthew Farwell's prosecution, and his agreement with Post is not and should not be construed as an admission of fault or liability for any of the allegations asserted by Post or any other entity. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
Today is an anniversary. A lot of people.
Okay. So before we get to this, all right, and I'm going to tell you why we're looking at that in a minute. Let me pop back up. Yes, she was groomed. That is true. That is true, by Robert Devine, who is not a very divine person. He's a piece of shit. Massachusetts, not Ohio. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me see. Replay like 5 seconds ago. Ah, fuck. Well, it's too late. But yes. Oh, Canton, Massachusetts. Yes. Canton, Massachusetts, not Ohio. Not Ohio. I will go back and double check that though. Yes. Canton, Mass. So the same place where all that was happening. Yes. Hello, darling. How are you doing, honey? We're gonna have to get you some more pins. You bought shit kickers? Yes, you're gonna go to the state fair. Get the awful food. Everybody's freaking out over a chocolate Dubai, like $18 ice cream milkshake thing. Which sucks because it has pistachios, which I love, but chocolate, which I'm allergic to. But if you can get it, you should try it because everyone's raving over that and the Dubai chocolate French fries. I don't know. I'm not into weird, funky, crazy food. One year they had fried butter, which is very Texas. You're going to have the best time. Go to Torchy's Tacos if you want to taste Torchy's Tacos if you want to taste Tex-Mex tacos from Austin. Yeah, are you there for fun or work? Yeah, they were Staunton PD, but she lived in Canton, and Tully and Fanning were involved in the investigation. So was Kevin Albert, so was Michael Proctor, so was it's been so long since I've thought of them, but the one with the crew cut, shit. He was the guy who did all the forensic extraction. He was a dipshit. He couldn't find anything. So one of you guys knows his name. He's a dipshit. He had a crew cut. He looked like Buzzcut from Beavis and Butthead. Fuck. One of you guys knows Guarino. That's his name. Guarino Bambino, that guy. Yeah, so Guarino also did the extra. And you know what's crazy? If you look up the Farwell's dad, he fucked up some shit in a case too when he was a cop. He fucked up some shit, maybe on purpose. He did a little Colleen. Pretty interesting. Must run in the family. Got in trouble for it too. So yeah, and another thing is these towns are like pretty close to each other. It turns out, are you guys ready for this? In the Northeast, and other places, but mainly the Northeast, you can drive 20 minutes and be in like 4 states. That's crazy. So imagine how close the cities are. Anyway, all these places are very close together. They seem to all know each other, and they seem to all cover for each other's bullshit behavior when it comes to the police, okay? It is crazy how many of these people are fucking related. And yeah, it definitely smells in Canton. Something's going on, dude. Yeah. I mean, in Texas, you can't. The one who missed 37,000. Yeah, that guy. That guy. He did the. And so crazy how the same thing happened here. Nuts. Anyway, that's the updates. Okay. Another guy in trouble for Sandra Birchmore. Not enough people in trouble, in my opinion. There should be more. There should be more. Ellen Greenberg's attorney has taken on a new case that's very what the fuck and very much like Sandra. It's almost like Sandra Birchmore and Ellen Greenberg combined. Situation like that. And then Ellen Greenberg's civil suits are moving on up. So let's hope for the best. Okay. And we're going to look more into that. Anyway. Yeah. And I cannot get across I can't get across Austin. Like literally, I can't get to campus in 20 minutes here. It's crazy. Is the northern version of the old boys. NYC to Philly is right through New Jersey, not very far. And then you fart and you're in Connecticut, you know? And then you take a few steps back and you're in fucking Rhode Island. When I was trying to find John Cena's house. Then I had to go to Provincetown for this comedy festival, rented a car, somehow ended up in Rhode Island. What is happening? It was absurd. So now we're going to talk about Robert Eugene Brashers. The reason that we're here today is to talk about potential other cases based on a few things. Context clues, timelines. Did I miss the teacher? You mean Sandra Birchmore stuff? Yes. But don't worry, we will be here if you need to go back. You can go back and put me on 2 times, Donna, and then I sound like a chipmunk. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to talk about Robert Eugene Brashers, okay? We're going to talk about the possibilities of who he could be responsible for, possibly, or who he could be looked at for, like what cases. Now that his IgG has led to a full exhumation of his body and a full profile, okay? Now that we have the bullet connections, and if you don't remember, Robert Eugene Brashers is the guy who they named as the guy who did the Yogurt Shop murders, right? And nobody was expecting it. And he was a serial killer that just recently, in like 2018, was linked to multiple crimes. Now, he died back in 1999 in a police standoff. What I went ahead and did, okay. No, I did? Okay, perfect, Donna. You're here just in time. So what I did was I made a very extensive timeline. It is not done, but I made it a visual timeline so that you guys can see it so that it makes more sense. And on this timeline, I included all sorts of important milestones for basically his crimes going up to when he was getting caught. So this includes times he went to jail, some personal milestones with his family, like when he moved in and out with them, stuff like that, where they moved to, other cases that went on around the times that he existed, and also where they fall on that timeline. There were a couple that people were asking about, like Springfield 3 and a few others. And I said, oh no, we have to look at the timeline. Let's see. So I went ahead and pulled the ones that people have speculated about or questioned. Went ahead and pulled those, popped them on the timeline to see what could he have done that, you know, because if he's in jail, he can't. But, you know, if he's not in jail, then he possibly could have. And also, what do these crimes look like? Do they match his MO? Well, does he have an MO? Well, what is it? So in addition to that, it's also got important points in his existence where DNA was done. You know, some people go, well, when did they find out this? When did they get the full profile? What year was he exhumed? This is all on there and it's in order. Okay. And the way I did it is I checked basically, you know, his jail records. Was he really in prison? What state he was living in? And then if the case was either absolutely not him based on evidence or him being locked away, or if it was not likely him based on other circumstances, or if he couldn't have, let's just say that, I put it in red, all right, on the timeline. And if it is a possibility and he was available for it and there is any potential connection, I put it in yellow. So what I'd like to do is, before we get into that timeline, which is not going to take too long, but you're going to learn a lot. And hopefully, if we have time, we might also be able to, okay, look, I found a copy of Evil Lives Here, the episode where they talk about him and they interview his daughter. And it seems like somebody went through a lot of effort to rip it off and to put everything you need to prevent getting copyright infringed upon into this. And they can't copyright strike me for it. So that rules. So maybe we'll watch an episode together. We'll see if we have time. Okay. So with that said, also interesting about his Florida time in jail is that on inmate record, he was supposed to sit in jail, but he was paroled. So initially they thought Genevieve couldn't have been him, but yeah, but he was out. Yes. His actual time in Georgia prison is recorded, and a lot of it you can like look up in Cobb County, and there are newspaper records for some of it, but I wanted to get the county records, and some of them you can find stuff on him in Judy records. Just gave me an idea. I should pull those. We'll do it next time. We'll pull his records for next time. I just plotted them out is what we're doing. So we're going to go ahead and start that. But I know that the information we just talked about, very, very disturbing, very, very sad. I don't want you guys to be depressed all day because we have to be at our most mentally well, our most mentally healthy if we're going to in any way do good work, say things right, take things incorrectly. You know, we gotta have a good head on our shoulders if we're gonna get our SnoopyDupa fucking on or whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say. We want to be our best. We have to feel our best. So I don't want you guys being depressed. So here's what I'm just gonna do. This is a little palate cleanser, and then we'll get started. Ready? Okay.
I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't been on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't lay on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never shit, he's on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Shit, you just let it back. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass off.
Are you autism?
Sorry, what?
Are you autism? Read this.
Okay. It's Autistic Girl Summer. Let's yell on the beach and also on the spectrum.
Thank you. Also comes in boy version and non-binary version. Now look at this one, please.
Please excuse my poor eye contact. I'm infected with autism.
Are you in love with alcohol? This is good for Mother's Day.
It's wine o'clock. Time to talk to my son.
Thank you. You can have it.
Really?
Not this one. Get your phone. I'll show you.
Oh, you want me to buy it?
You don't want to support my dreams?
It's just like the service here is just kind of spotty, so but I will order it when I get home.
Leave now.
I'm sorry?
Leave.
Okay.
Leave now. Leave. I love him so much. I love him so much. He's so freaking funny. I laugh every time. And also, I thought, hey, you know what? Okay, look, I'm going to tell you guys something. I need you to, okay. I need you to understand that it was such an honor to be on Uncle Mike's on the Young Jerks channel. I appreciated it so much. But there was one moment that made me very uncomfortable, and it was during the select board meeting when this happened.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Ma'am, we're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for...
Well, I live on 63rd.
Again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook, and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job. The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you?
It makes no sense to me, ma'am. And that's what I said. I said, wow, the Canton Select Board is out of control. Okay. And was that Rita? It makes me sad that Rita had to do this. She shouldn't have to do this. She shouldn't. Like, it's her town. Give her back her fucking password, Bob. Ugh. Anyway, the other thing that was big news for those of you who missed it, at the Canton Select Board meeting is, well, let's just say all of the board members have been taking part in these things called dark casinos. And I thought that, you know, it's a tough thing to have to cover the dark casinos in Canton. And I think Uncle Mike's been doing a great job, you know, but somebody on the TikTok in the IG, it seems, beat all of us YouTube creators to the punch in figuring out this underground network of dark casino raisin suckers that live in Canton, Massachusetts.
These four men are deathly allergic to the raisin. They kissed their friend goodbye. The game was organized by this man. His name is Earl Wasman, and he runs over a dozen dark casinos in southern Pennsylvania. A dark casino is where you can risk your life in games of chance, but if you win, you can get over $1 million. This man knew the risks, but did it anyway for money, which is a form of greed. When I saw this video, I gathered all my friends and told them to release their worship of the dollar. Greed. And if they ever visit a dark casino, they'll be writing a one-way ticket out of my life as a friend.
We will never go to a dark casino.
Okay, so that's been happening. Another really concerning thing that's been going down in Canton, and I don't mean to like keep putting the city on blast or whatever, but I do think it's kind of fucked up. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, it's messed up. Is look, I have footage of Colin Albert, and he's been chasing people. And he doesn't even care if he's like in the police station with his parents or not. Like, he chases people. And I've got it on good authority that Colin Albert has been putting on an Evel Knievel suit, and he's actually leveled up. He's no longer chasing townspeople. He is flying on a broom. He's been doing witch shit. And he also looks shockingly like Frederickson.
What is Frederickson wearing, dude? What is he wearing? What is that?
He's ready to do a bike stunt.
Absolutely, man. You are not doing stunts. Are you serious?
Just let me in.
You can't
We
drive.
need money.
I don't see the fucking problem.
No, ma'am. Chief said
Oh
no,
my
ma'am.
God.
Wait for the chief. Thank you.
All right, Frederickson. You better be
They
careful.
call me ma'am. Like, it's
What
so
the hell?
Chief.
I have no idea how the fuck he's doing that, dude. Who taught him witchcraft?
Someone taught Colin witchcraft, and I'm willing to bet my life pension on it being Julie Nagel. So there's that. Last thing in the palate cleansing intermission, go get your poo-poos and your pee-pees in. If you have to do a poo-poo or a pee-pee, now's the time, because we're about to get into some real hardcore timeline shit, okay? Also, I do want to let you know that somebody else did speak at the meeting. They were very concerned about harassment going on to them in the town too, okay? It's not nearly as bad as John Como's. It's really this young lady who lives in the town has a personal problem, and much like the lady who, you know, they blocked her password on the internet at the library, this young lady's been going through it, and she showed up at the select board meeting and she had a lot to say. And I just thought, you know, maybe we need to spread the word, because Canton's a real fucked up place. Listen to this local Cantonite story of what happened to her.
The guy that I have been seeing for the past 2 months decided to stop seeing me, and he said he got the ick from something so crazy. I don't know how to process. I don't. So again, we have been going out for 2 months. This happened last week. He was staying over at my place. I cannot stress enough how much of a normal girl I am, by the way. I can't be more basic. He was staying over in my room, and I was in the bathroom, and I came back, and I noticed that he was kind of like wandering around, peeking into my drawers, and he opened up the drawer full of my bird beaks, and he looked like seriously concerned. I'm like already confused because he had sisters, so I don't know why he's confused. And he asked me, he's like, "Are these bird beaks?" And I go, yeah. And then he goes, "Did you kill birds?" So now this man is accusing me of killing birds. I'm like, no, I got them off of the dead birds on the side of the road, like every other woman in this country does. And he's like, why do you need bird beaks? And I'm like, for my spells. I need the bird beaks for my spells. Now this man looks visibly scared, like he's kind of backing up into a corner. And he's like, what kind of spells are you casting? And I'm like, just normal girl spells. Like, I haven't casted any recently, but the last time I did was a couple months ago, because this guy on the bus came up to me and was like being all creepy and weird and tried to touch me. So then when I went home, I cast a spell on him for eternal suffering. And now he is looking like incredibly scared. And I'm like, what do you think women do? What do you think women do all day? Cook? Clean? No. We are collecting bird beaks and casting spells. And I'm trying to stay calm, but really, he's like super accusatory and looking at me like I'm some crazy person when I'm not. I'm a normal girl. I'm normal. And to add icing onto the fucking cake, he tries to leave my room and leave this apartment, but he opens up my closet instead of my door because they look very similar. They're kind of seated right next to each other. And of course, all of my rat tails come spilling out, and he, like, looks, like, disgusted by it. He's like, oh, what is that? And at this point, I don't understand. I don't understand, because he had, like, sisters, and, like, am I supposed to feel shame about my, like, rat tails in my closet just because they aren't organized the way your family did it? Like, what, are you setting women back fucking 70 years now? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? And at this point, I am just, like, I'm trying so hard not to flip my shit. I am. I'm sorry. I'm trying not so, I'm trying. I'm trying to be cool. But then this man says, I have to go. And he leaves pretty abruptly. And then I get a text about 24 hours later saying, hey, I don't think we can continue this relationship. Like, I'm just not feeling it. I kind of got the ick last night. And girls, honestly, like, come into the comments and, like, please just let me know if I'm crazy. Like, am I crazy? Because I really don't think I am. But God, I must be, because this guy was being so weird about just, like, about stuff that, like, shouldn't be shamed anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just feeling kind of defeated today. Like, is love really out there even? I don't know. And let me know.
Drive the fuck up there or you're gonna get booted the fuck out of here. Yeah, no, fine. Enough. No, you're not a tough guy. Hurry up. I'll fucking promise you that. Hurry up. He's pretty tough. Not that fucking
No, he's
tough.
not.
Not that fucking
He's not.
tough.
He's not tough.
No, he's pretty tough.
He's not tough.
Fucking tough.
You're not tough.
Hey,
You're not tough.
Let's get going.
Get going.
Or you can play behind us all and you can take all the fucking time you want. This is
golf.
fucking
You're not
embarrassing.
tough.
This is golf. This is not
Yeah,
golf.
it's not.
You can stand there 15 fucking minutes.
You
That's
can't
not
even.
golf.
You guys can't even stand
up.
and tee your ball up, man.
Yeah, no, he's teeing up, man. That's fine. He's not teeing it up. He's standing
Do
there.
we need to get the
moron.
police out here?
No, we don't need police. We're not.
Okay, then let's get going here.
Let's go. Pick your shit up and get going. This is not fun. We're what? I'm gonna throw him in this fucking lake. Is what's gonna happen. No, fuck you both. This is fucking bullshit. They've been sitting there for fucking 23 minutes.
Well, cry about it. Fucking cry about it.
I'm going to.
Fucking cry about it.
I'm gonna fucking
You
cry about
fucking
it.
pussy.
I'm a pussy.
Like, fucking cry about it.
Buddy, you're gonna get fucking shit to.
I don't give a fuck.
Like badly.
Good. Let's fucking
badly.
go, man.
Buddy, you don't want to go me.
Nope, I'm not filming this. I'm not stopping. No, you guys need to get off the golf course.
Yeah, we will, man.
No, now. Like, pack up, go now. Get in the car and go.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
Hey, man. Come on, man. Hey. Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy.
I fucking told you. Man, leave him alone.
You want another?
He
You
just
want one
fucking
too?
came at me. Leave him alone, man.
I got it all on record.
It's around the golf.
I got it all on record.
Around the golf. Hey. You want to fucking go, guys? Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man.
I wouldn't keep going back, you fucking moron.
Hey. Bang! Come on, man. Bang! I'm not trying to get in there. Like, just like, fuck me.
Enough! Are you still cheering on you?
Enough! Get out! Hey.
Enough! Things go well for it.
Get him the fuck out of here!
No, it's not going to go well for
It's not okay.
Take him home or get him
I asked
fucking
you
out of
to
here.
fucking get moving! I said stop looking like an idiot!
Get out of here.
Fucking
Apologies to throw in an extra video. Hugin keeps walking up and screaming at me. Now, I tried to harness the Hugin so that I could prop him up and exploit him, show him to you, and say, hey, if you send me super chats, he'll say your name or he'll do a dance or any other really smart pet tricks that he does. But instead, he just screamed at me repeatedly and wouldn't let me touch him. He is very mood dang right now. I'd also like to say thank you, Ernie, for your $1.49 super sticker. That will go towards harnessing the Hugin. I will have to pay someone on Fiverr because he's slippery. Also, I have a quick story to tell you guys. Yesterday, I was in the shower. And so, okay, let me back up. Hugin, when he gets his nails clipped, got to give him these CBD treats to like, dink him out, and then he goes to get clippies. So he did that. He got a little dinged out a little too late. I was like, well, let me Dremel when I can. Let me Dremel when I can. All right. He wasn't having it. So I said, let's let him crash on the bed and then I'll do a sneak Dremel on his claws. So I go to take a shower, right? I turn around in the shower because I had that feeling that someone's watching me. Now, here's the thing about Hugin I don't talk about often. He is a voyeur. Okay. I know I've told you that he's gay and he humps male dogs, whether they like it or not. We're working on boundaries. But he is a voyeur. He's a peeper. Okay. And yes, I have to drug my child. Otherwise, I can't trim his nails. His dew claw has fallen out, by the way, and he feels so much better. But aside from that, I felt like I was being peeped upon. Why? Because he does that. He peeps. If you are on the toilet and the door is not secure well, or even if it is, he will come in, and it is very cute. Because first he peeks his head in, and then he stares at you for a second, and you go, "Are you peeping?" And then he goes, and he like slowly edges his way out, just like almost like a slow walk out. And then you see his whole head and his neck. And then he's looking and he does this. He turns his head, he does this. He goes, "What are you doing?" And then you go, "Oh, you little peeper, get out of here. Get out of here. What are you doing?" And then he just bounces in like it's fun playtime. And then he sits on your feet. Okay? He sits on your feet. He'll just sit on them. Even if you're shitting, he just sits on your feet and he won't move. One time he sat on my foot and it was not socked. And this is another reason always socks. And as he was sitting on my foot, he relaxed his anus and he farted on my foot. And I felt the warmth and it vibrated. And I went, wow. Wow, Hoogs. Thanks. Thanks for that. That felt wrong and weird. So he did that. Okay. So the point is feet stink no matter what. Second, I'm in the shower. Let's go back to that. I feel like I'm old fart foot. Fart feet is great, Miss Jessica. Oh, fart foot. So I'm fart footed. Okay. I'm in the shower. Blew me a kiss. Fuck Foxy. No, not fuck Foxy, but like fuck, that's funny. You know what I mean? So I turn around. I feel like someone's looking at me, and it's the Hugin. Okay, he's looking at me. But Hugin has done something that he's never done before. And what is that? He is now feet up on the bathtub edge like he's going to jump the fuck in. And before I can scream, "No, Hugin," he hops in the fucking shower. And he's never been in the shower before. He takes baths. And also, I'm in the shower. There's no room for you. And also, this doesn't feel legal. Get out of here, Hugin. Get out of the shower. Well, now he's wet. And here's the thing, because he's never been in the shower, the water's hitting him. It's hitting him in the face. And he doesn't know what to do. And I don't know what to do. And he starts biting at it. So he's biting and he's spinning. And I realize, oh my God, he's gummied the fuck up. Like he's high as a ham, running in circles in the wet as the water hits him in the face, and he does the biting thing and he's sliding and I'm screaming. And then I just scoop up under him to get him out of there. Curtain comes down. Okay, that happened. He's running through it, freaking out. Then he runs into the bedroom, onto the bed, and just gets it wet. And he just bounces around like a fucking jackrabbit. Does the shake thing. Make sure to get the appliances wet. Now I am running through the house like, Hugin, are you okay? Soap is getting everywhere. He then goes between my legs and like literally is running towards me. And I'm standing like trying to catch him. And he just runs, slides through, goes back into the bathroom, jumps back into the tub, and then back out. he was high off his ass doing zoomies, and he wanted to have Splashdown in the house. And we're not doing Splashdown in the house. Okay, we're not doing that because the house is dry. And with the history of flooding that we have, I'm very surprised that Hugin thought I would be okay with that. Also, he is officially a peeper. Okay. And I am pressing charges. I'm pressing charges. And I don't know how I'm going to pay to bail him out from the charges I press upon him. But I can't go a day without him. So that sucks. But my son needs to learn a lesson. You can't peep, but you especially cannot just hop in whenever you want, buddy. Like, what is this, Vietnam? We're not having group showers. What are we doing here? Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. None of that had anything to do with the topic, but I just want you to know he's out of his fucking mind. And as a parent, I don't know what to do. I'm thinking of sending him to one of those Dr. Phil or Paris Hilton schools so that he can learn a lesson. Yeah, he really wants, but here's the thing. He just got a bath like 2 days ago. He's just a little bath bunny. I told you he's moo dang, dude. He's moo dang extreme. He's moo dang 2.0. Anyway, God bless him. We love him. I'd like to thank Ernie for the super sticker. I'd like to thank Laura for the stupid sticker. Okay, Laura, off to save some fur babies, some Hugins, if you will. Do you need a Hugin? Hit up Laura. She'll get you one. She has them on tap. Haynes, thank you for the $4.99. That's going to go to a new shower curtain because honestly, he clawed this one. And also, I'm getting him declawed. No, I'm just kidding. I would never do that to him. But I'm getting him clipped. I'm getting him DCBD'd. We're not going to do that again. He's just going to have to be awake and aware. Okay. Next time we drum, we'll cash him outside. How about that? It's a good point. Never thought of it that way. A friend's mother pressed charges on her, but brought her dinner and got her out the same day. See, it's like, I'm your friend's mom. I have to do that to Hugin. What else is there? What else is there to do? Anyway, thank you guys for these. I can't do, and to Ernie, I can't do 3 big boy on the roofs. Okay. But I can do an all-encompassing big boy on the roof, and then we're good to go. Here we go.
I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't seen him on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't play on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tools on your back. Driving on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Shit, big boy get loose. Shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never, shit, he's on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hop on the roof. How you do it like that? Shit, you just let it back. Shit, pick up your back. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Get your ass out the roof. Get your ass back out the roof. I ain't never see a big boy leap on the roof. Get the big ass out.
All right. So here we go. I'm going to turn the chat, not turn the chat off, but I'm not going to have it on the screen for this part. All right. And let me make this as big as possible. Okay. Okay. Excellent. So today we're going to go over a timeline. All right. Of Robert Eugene Brashers. All right. But with this timeline, okay, we're going to be starting at his first assault. And I will tell you, I found it interesting that his daughter on a recent appearance, well, I shouldn't say recent, it was like 2 or 3 years ago, the show Evil Lives Here, I believe. I think that was it. Anyway, she's on the show and she's talking about her dad. It's the same one because she was only 7, okay, when he killed himself in a standoff, and she was one of the hostage victims. But she sheds a lot of light in that show on what it was like growing up with him. She didn't meet him until she was 5 years old. He just pulled up one day and was like, "I'm your daddy," and she's like, "Okay, I will embrace you." I wanted to make some clarification. Actually, let me put myself up for this. I wanted to make some clarifications on some things that I have learned. Okay. After I've done a shitload of research over the past few days on this guy. First of all, the daughter makes mention that he committed his first crime in 83. Okay. We're not starting there because we're not talking like robbery, theft, anything like that. We're talking about his timeline of kills, where that starts, and then any other charges in between there we're going to include. But because there aren't a lot of records for anything in 83 for him, I need to find out what she's talking about, like specifically, because I know that he did have another jail stint, but I believe that was in Louisiana, and I don't have those records. I've seen very little spoken about that. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to confirm that before I add it here. For the purpose of what we have up, we're going to start in 85, okay? But let's just say there has been mentions of his crime spree starting in 83, but I don't believe it was necessarily a murder. It might have been something else that had to do with like what Mookie's does, like peeping, or possibly robbery or something like that. Maybe solicitation, maybe might have been car thievery. I'm not entirely sure. So just to make sure that I have correct info and I'm not like misleading or moving the timeline up 2 whole years, I'm going to start at 85 until I can find that stuff. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to show this to you. And we're going to pause at certain parts, and I'm going to show you some of the cases that could fall on this timeline and some that have been speculated that I've been able to kind of debunk. Like it couldn't have been him, and here's why. So we're going to go through and do that. And we're going to start with Michelle Wilkerson. Okay. So this is November 11th. 1985 in St. Lucie, Florida. You need to know that prior to this, okay, he had been in the Navy. All right. So he was in the military. He had lived in Virginia with his parents, and then he goes into the Navy, and he ends up living in Florida and Louisiana, and I believe at one point even Alabama, possibly before this. But either way, he lives in various states. He ends up in St. Lucie, Florida. He gets discharged, okay? He's in St. Lucie, Florida, and he sexually assaults and murders 24-year-old Michelle Wilkerson. He shot her twice, okay? And there isn't a ton on that case either. Again, it's likely because it's 85. But we're going to learn everything we can about it eventually. For the purpose of this, we're just kind of going over the order here. So we're going to now move on because I really want to get to what he could be responsible for and what he absolutely couldn't, okay? And some that maybe, I don't know. But May 1986, so we're at November 1985, he commits that sexual assault and murder. He shoots this woman twice. Then in 86, he has this conviction in St. Lucie County, Florida, for the attempted second-degree murder stemming from an incident in St. Lucie County. He was sentenced to 12 years. So the incident is the one in 85, obviously. So 85, he does it. All right. Then we move forward. What is it? 7 months, 7 months. And now he's convicted. So he got caught. All right. So within that 7 months, he gets caught. Now, the exact time or date of arrest, I have FOIA'd some records. I hope they come back. So one could say that he was possibly out or available or free to commit crimes between November 11th and whatever the date was that he was arrested. Was it that day? Was it time after? And how long? That will narrow down when he was free. When we get that, we will add that to the timeline. It's all very vague thus far. Then we go to May of 89. Okay, so that is only 3 years later. So we're at 86. He gets sentenced to 12 years in Florida, right? But then why are we only going 3 years forward? Because he was released on parole after only 3 years. Okay. So his 12-year sentence, we talked about this, got cut down to 3 years. All right. So we can say that any crime for sure that happened between May of 1986 and May of 1989 could not have been him. So if you have a case and you think, sounds like Brashers' MO or signature or whatever, sounds like it's got a variable in it that sounds like Brashers. This person looks like Brashers. Okay, well, if it's between May of 86 and May of 89, it's not him. Now, if it's in May of 89, but it's on a specific day and he was let out the day before, it could be him. So we're going to follow up and find out more. So May of 1989, okay, he gets released on parole and he moves to Greenville, South Carolina. Now, this is where on April 6th in 1990, Genevieve Zatricki from Greenville, South Carolina, was found dead inside of her Greenville, South Carolina apartment after she failed to report for work. Remember, the maintenance guy went in there to check on her. Some case notes. There was a double knot plus an extra knot, which is considered overkill, right? Didn't need to do that, but he did. In black marker on the mirror, he wrote, "Don't fuck with my family," at the crime scene. He broke into the home in the night while she was asleep through her sliding glass door, okay? While she's asleep, he starts to attack and bludgeon her. They believe it was possibly with a hammer, and he sexually assaulted her. He then dragged her to the bathroom, submerged her in the bathtub, posed her in a degrading position where her tuchus was under the faucet. And he turned the water on really hot, remember? Then he takes her purse, dumps it out in the sink in the bathroom, turns the water on, fills it up, leaves all this water on, right? Then puts the purse under the water, all right? He also strangled her. There was ligature marks, all right? So her home, trashed. He pulled out every single drawer he could. He threw shit everywhere. He knocked shit over. He dug through stuff. He wrecked it, okay? The handyman ends up doing the welfare check because they called her apartment building. They called the office and they're like, she's not reporting to work. He goes to check on her. Most of the maintenance guys, right? They have keys to every apartment. He goes in and he sees this and he goes, oh, holy shit. So he calls the police. They show up, right? He gets away with it. All right. He's out. So as of May 1989, all the way until December 8th of 1991. Okay. So a full, what's that? 2 years and a couple of months change? Was that like 2 years, 2.5 years? He's free. He's free to do all sorts of shit. So if you have a case between May of 89, all right, and December 8th of 91, and it really could be anywhere because he seems all over the map at this point, but likely in any of the states we're going to talk about. It's a bit concerning, isn't it? It's a bit concerning. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about Tracy Proctor, okay? This was a case that happened on August 21st, 1990, all right? Let me pull up some info about Tracy let's take a step back for a second. What I'd like to do actually first, I'd plan on doing it this way anyway, so I may as well feel most comfortable with it. Let's start with the cases we can debunk, all right? We're going to finish the timeline, but I want to start with cases we can debunk, I really do. Because we can just kind of get those out of the way, and then we can look at the ones we know a lot about, or that, seem like they're plausible. Let's just say that. Let's start with the other day when we were first talking about this. We're talking about this case, and at the yogurt shop murders press conference, they mention that a few months before he killed himself, Robert, which would have been, actually, let's pull this back up. I should have left it up the whole time. All right. So let's skip these right here. Okay. Let's go forward to here. So December 6, 1991, the yogurt shop murders happened. We've been over this a bunch, what happened, okay? This is just a little description of it. And I'll put this up so that you guys can go back and look at it if you want a copy of the timeline. So December 6, 1991, he is in Austin, Texas for some reason, okay? And he commits the yogurt shop murders. And he kills 4 girls here in Austin, and then he lights their bodies on fire, okay? There is a bullet casing found in the floor drain. The bullet casing matches the gun and the bullets that he would later use to take his own life. It also matches a gun that was used in several other altercations that we will talk about, okay? This happens in 91, and then we have Las Cruces, New Mexico border checkpoint. So 2 days after the yogurt shop murders, all right? And at this time, he is actually already moved from Greenville, South Carolina. Pretty quickly after Zatricki happened, he moved his family. Okay, he moved them to Huntsville, Alabama. So, and I should actually add that on the timeline. So he meets his family. He's living in Huntsville. He didn't move them. He meets them there. He meets the family in Huntsville, Alabama. His, I guess, girlfriend, who he was with at the time he committed the Genevieve Zatricki murder. So he commits that murder while he's dating his soon-to-be wife, okay? They get married not get married. They start dating in 1990, I believe. No, they do. They get married. Sorry, I'm all over the map. They get married at the end of 1990, going into 1991, okay? Because his daughter's born in 1991. And I might actually have to change that because I think I have it listed as 92, but she did confirm that it's 91. Essentially, there was a thing with he adopted these 2 kids. Who are these 2 kids? All right. A lot of people were wondering, how did he do an adoption? Those 2 kids were his wife, his soon-to-be wife's kids with a prior husband or boyfriend. Like, she was with someone else, had 2 kids with them, right? And then she has her baby, Deborah, who is the woman who would later give the DNA sample, do the test and everything. She has Deborah with him, okay? So she has Deborah with him while he is committing the Genevieve Zatricki murder. She doesn't know about that, though. She has no idea he's a scumbag, okay? So he commits that murder. He's just starting to date her. And within about a year, he's like, we're getting together, okay? Like, I love you. We're going to get married, okay? So the 2 kids that are the oldest, okay, that's like, I'm adopting you, but really he's their stepdad. Does that make sense? So they were already there. It's not like him and his wife went out and said, we're seeking to adopt together. That's not what happened, just to be clear. So he's living in Huntsville, Alabama. Okay. He has the one daughter already, or no, she has the one daughter already, has another daughter. Let's skip the daughters. Let's not worry about their birthdays right now, because I really just want to be accurate. And I know that he had another. Hold on a second. Actually, I think that might. Yeah, no, he had his daughter in 91. I put the daughter being born on the wrong place in 97. So she already had the 2. Okay, you know what? We're going to cut all of this out later, so it's going to be fine. Just follow with me. Follow with me. Okay, let me pull this up. I screwed something up, but I'll point it out in a minute. All right. Either way, he commits Genevieve Tricky. He does the Austin yogurt shop murders 2 days later. So he's going from Alabama, I believe, through Texas, okay? And then he stopped in Las Cruces, New Mexico. So he's going west coast, and he's cutting straight through Texas, okay? Just manifest destiny, that shit. That is a long drive. It's like 8 to 10 hours, if I remember correctly. So when he gets to the border of El Paso in New Mexico, he stopped at this checkpoint. He has a .380 caliber pistol. It's confiscated. It's later mailed back to his father. It is returned then to Robert eventually. He's arrested for driving a stolen car out of Georgia, okay? So in 1990, he's dating the mom, all right? Then he has a baby, okay, in 91. But when the baby's born, he is over here committing the yogurt shop murders, and then he's busted at this border checkpoint with the .380 that he ended up using in the yogurt shop murders. So he used a .380 caliber pistol and a .22. He comes over here, he gets busted, he goes to jail because he's driving a stolen car. Okay, that's bad. He gets out of jail. He ends up getting arrested again just 2 months later for grand theft auto, unlawful possession of a weapon, and theft. The police found a police jacket, lockpicking tools, a radio scanner, and a fake Tennessee driver's license. So totally different state. So we now know that even though he hasn't been in Tennessee yet, he's been in Florida, South Carolina, Texas for some reason, New Mexico. He also has a Tennessee driver's license. This is very concerning. So he gets popped in Cobb County. This is February of 92, okay? He spent a little bit of time in there in Las Cruces, like a couple of days, gets out, gets bailed out. His dad gets the gun sent back to him. He goes back home to Cobb County, Georgia. I believe that's where he ended up staying instead of going back to Alabama. So he's in Cobb County. It's February 1992. He gets arrested. Then he's sentenced to prison for 5 years. So they keep him in jail. So between December 8th and February of 92, likely couldn't have done much. All right. Because of the jail thing. He's sentenced to prison in Cobb County, Georgia for 5 years. Okay. He served his full sentence. So that means from 1992 to 1997, he couldn't have done any crimes because he was in prison. He ends his sentence in 97. All right. He's released in Cobb County. And that is when his next daughter is born. All right. In fact, no. This is where I screwed up. Ignore that. Oh, I'm going to have to take so much out. What are we at? 237? I'm writing this down because I'm going to fix that. There's no way I can put out this shit information. That's my bad. 237. Okay, we'll fix that. All right, listen. This is not supposed to be here. His daughter was actually born in 91. So he's with the future wife right here while he's committing this crime. Okay. And then his daughter's born, and then the yogurt shop murders happen. And then Las Cruces. So basically, life-changing event, daughter gets born, murder, busted, and then Cobb County, Georgia. Then he's in prison for 5 years. So he was essentially possibly active, or definitely active, between April 6th of 1990 and December 8th of 91. Then from then all the way to 97, couldn't have done anything. Jail, prison, right? So now we're going to come over here. Then March 97, March 11th specifically, he's in Memphis, Tennessee. Okay. He got released from Cobb County, Georgia on the 5-year sentence. Now, this when he goes back home, his daughter is not born, but he goes back home. He shows up one day at the girlfriend's house who he was dating back when this happened to see his daughter, to reunite with her. He's like, I'm your daddy. She runs up. She's like, oh my God, daddy. She asked her mom, is that true? Her mom's like, yeah, that's your daddy. He's been away for a while. Turns out he was in prison for the first 5 years of her life, okay? Because she was born around here. So she's about to turn 6. She just meets her dad, all right? She is absolutely 100%. Oh my God, I don't care where you've been. You're my dad. I'm my daddy's girl. He spoils her rotten. He meets her 2 older sisters and he's like, or her 2 older siblings. And he's just like, oh my God, I'm your daddy too now. And they're like, I already have a dad. And he's like, no, I'm your daddy now. So he adopts them. So here's what's really weird. He had committed this crime right here. The Memphis, Tennessee rape of a 14-year-old girl, March of 97. Okay. This 14-year-old girl is raped. She and 4 other people were at home from a funeral in Memphis when a man knocked on the door. As one person tried to close the door, the man pulled a revolver and pushed his way inside. He told them, hold on one second, let me minimize this so that I can see it well. All right. He told He told them the police were after him. Why is this thing? Hold on one second, guys. Why is this thing popping up? There's something on my desktop popping up. And oh, there we go. Got it. Got it gone. Here we go. Now I can see it again. As one person tried to close the door, the man pulled a revolver and pushed his way inside. He told them the police were after him and he needed a car. They said, just take it. Instead, he duct taped them, held them at gunpoint, used telephone wire in the house to tie them up, and then he raped the 14-year-old. This was brutal. This was tragic. And right after he did that, he goes home. And this is still in March. So literally right after he does it. So he gets out. Okay. He gets out from a 5-year sentence in February of 97. He shows back up to his ex-girlfriend, meets his child for the first time, and then says, I'm your daddy, plays dad for a weekend, and then boom, goes out and commits a rape against a child. All right. He comes back. He scoops the whole family up. The 2 kids that are now his daughters, his real daughter, and then, or I should say his biological daughter and his girlfriend, scoops them up and says, we're going to move here out of here from Alabama, all right, from Huntsville to Jonesboro, Arkansas. All right. So he takes them to Arkansas. Now, during this time, he decides that he's going to do all kinds of shit. All right. That is very, very sneaky. Some of the things that he would do, he would wear wigs. He would have wigs. He would wear baseball caps and he would wear glasses and he would have a mustache and then shave it and not have a mustache. And he would tell his kids to call him by different names sometimes. And the thing is, his girlfriend, who would eventually be his wife, would say the same thing. She'd be like, this week we're going to call Daddy Fred. Okay, it's just a fun game. And it's because he would lie and tell his wife that he was wanted on a gun charge and that he was going to evade. He's like, I'm going to flee. If I don't flee, then we're going to have to make some changes, which include you calling me a different name. And the kids are going to have to do it too. And you're going to have to be okay with these disguises. And she's like, whatever. Because she thinks he's evading a gun charge. And she doesn't want him to go to jail. She doesn't know that he has just committed the Ogre Shop murders. She doesn't know about the situation in Las Cruces. She doesn't know about Genevieve Zatricki. She doesn't know about the conviction in Port St. Lucie. She doesn't know about any of the things he's been doing. Pretending to be a cop. Driving around with crazy shit on him. She just thinks it's a misunderstanding over a gun charge. So she tells the kids this. She's like, we're going to call Dad by this different name, okay? Not only that, he was so paranoid. One time they had to go to a Greyhound station to drop off his girlfriend's sister. And there's all these cops around him because they were doing a prostitution sting at the Greyhound station. But he decides, his paranoia takes over and decides, they're here to get me. He starts freaking out. He starts sweating. He takes his hat and his glasses off. And his daughter even said in this episode of Evil Lives Here that, like, she thought he was doing that to avoid being detected. He was freaking the fuck out. She also said his personality changed when he basically would do his kills. Like, she'd think back and go, And there were times when he'd get violent. So she explains that one time he takes her and he puts her in the car and he says, I'm going to take my kid. And he's about to leave with her. And her mom comes outside and starts fighting with him and he starts punching her. And then she said her mom kicked him in the nuts and beat the ever-loving shit out of him that day. He started begging for her to stop and crying, kicked him out of the house. And then the next day he comes back crawling and apologizing and he never had her mom again. That woman sounds tough as fuck, first of all. But that's a crazy story, right? She said that it was very unhinged and she'd never seen anything like it. Now, fast forward, okay, and this is where it gets intense. They're at school one day. They came home from school. They had like a soccer game or something. And they get home and he's like, guess what? Guess what, kids? Me and your mom got married. We're married now. And he points up to his van. And in the dirt on the van, he had written just married. In hindsight, she said that she really thought that that was fucking weird. And so did her sister. Their feelings were a little hurt. All the kids were like, you guys got married without us during the game? Like, what? They couldn't figure out why. She said now, in hindsight, she knows that it was because of what he did in Memphis to that kid. Because he was probably going to get caught, right? And apparently a wife can't testify against a husband. You can't force him to. So she truly thinks that that's why they got married. Now imagine you think it's for a gun charge. So you agree to marry this guy. Imagine how her mom felt finding that out. So anyway, the family is now in Jonesboro, Arkansas. They are now officially husband and wife, okay? And he has gone on a hell of a crime spree. So now we're going to finish the rest of this timeline, and we're going to be done in a second. Then we're going to start debunking and bunking, okay? So let me put this up for you. And this is where it's about to get a little crazy. And I'm so sorry for the confusion earlier about the date of birth for the daughter. I need to go back and change that. It was 91, not 97. I just put it in the wrong spot, and that's my bad. And it's a learning opportunity. And I agree, technology has made a big difference, especially IGG and social media. I mean, you can't have IGG without social media because, I mean, you can, but it only goes so far. Public records, digitization of court records, everything that isn't a Google map, you know, but like back then, back when Google Maps they didn't exist. There was no mapping on your phone. There was no little electronic component charting every single place you fucking go. Like back then we had to rely on court records, traffic stops, police blotters, newspaper, classifieds ads, marriage and birth certificates. Like, and then you had to physically hear stories from people or talk to them, canvas. Like now there's just so much you can do from afar that is really not to the benefit of criminals. Let's be honest. All right. So now we're at March 28th, 1998. Now remember, before we were at March 1997. So a whole year goes by and he has just molested a teen in Tennessee while living in Huntsville, Alabama. And then he moves his family to Jonesboro, Arkansas in March of 97. And now we are here. Okay. We are at March 28th, 98. So to be clear, there was MapQuest, but I'm talking before that. I'm talking like 80s, 90s. But yeah, there was MapQuest. from March of 97 to March of 98, there is a 1 year gap where there's just nothing. All right. There's nothing going on with him. He's not in jail. He's hiding out. During this time, he would leave for long periods of time. Okay. During his Paragold break-in, he ended up basically he assaulted a woman, right? And he cut the wires to her home. We're going to get there in a minute. But when they say who once employed him, what they're saying is he was a contractor. So he not only did like construction and laying cement and projects like that, but if there's someone in the neighborhood or on his route who needed help with something, he would 100% be like, let me do it. Remember Israel Keys? Let me help the community. I'll build your deck. That was this guy. Very Israel Keysy. Okay. So the woman who he had been previously employed by, that's a woman who hired him to help her with construction shit around her home. All right. So he knew her home layout. He cut the wires to her telephone. Like, that's fucking crazy. So, March 28th, 1998, there's been a year gap. He just moves to Arkansas. Okay. This is when he murders the Sharers. All right. This is Sherry and Megan Sharer. At about 7 p.m., there's a husband, a son, a wife, and a daughter. The husband comes home at 7, and the bodies of Sherry and Megan Sharer were found in their rural home in Portageville, Missouri. Okay. And that is not too far away. Again, you could just cross the state line, no problem, 30, 45 minutes. Both had been murdered, and Megan, who was 12, had been sexually assaulted. He actually bit Sherry. Okay. He bit Sherry Sharer. The bite mark was faint and on her buttocks. You know who else bit? Ted Bundy. Major paraphilia. Also, multiple female victims. Young. Very interesting. He would bound their hands. He assaulted them. He did gunshot wounds to the head, just like in the yogurt shop murders. The cord used to tie them up was from within the house. Just like the yogurt shop murders, it was off the victims. It was nearby. It's not something he brought with him. Now, in one of his prior attempts, he brought duct tape. Obviously, he had 2 guns at times. Other times, 1 gun. But he also cut the phone lines here. And this is 3 times he has cut phone lines. A paraphilia is like it's basically a component of sexual sadists. So a paraphilia is like it's when something is overtly sexual and disturbing, and it's like a variable of a criminal, almost like a profile. So if there's someone that bites, if they carve into skin, if they focus on specifically breasts, if it's for a sexual purpose, it's considered a paraphilia. And you have like sadism, masochism, like different. Yeah, it's like choking, but it's not even necessarily just a preference. It's some of these people will do things that they say they don't want to do. Like think Joseph James D'Angelo, he's crying and he's screaming Bonnie, right? Well, that's just a component of what he was doing, his behavior while enacting the crime. But if he is also degrading the victim in some way, it's considered a paraphilia. And there's a whole lot of different kinds. But essentially, if somebody has one, that's kind of a sign of their sick fuck. Okay, so it's really just a sexually sadistic component to their crimes that give them a I don't want to give it a it's basically like it's an arousal. Okay, it's an attraction, but it's not necessarily all sexual by nature. It's something that like they feel like they have to do. the way that it's been described, if I remember psychologically speaking, is it's basically like something where they say like if I like I have to do it because there's this monster in me, or if I don't do it, I'm gonna fucking like freak out. Like it's one of those things. It doesn't even have to be sexual, but it can have sexual components. I hope that makes sense. But there's paraphilic disorders where it's like it's basically a sexual interest in things that are really fucked up, or sexual arousal by things that like are not necessarily intended to be sexual. Like you wouldn't think that blood or cutting off limbs would sexually arouse someone. But if it does, they have a paraphilia. And there's a whole bunch. Yeah, like an obsession. Like, okay, I just pulled open my OSINT sheet and I'm looking at it because I do have a list of them on one of the tabs. There's the voyeuristic one, which is like Mookie's. There's exhibitionistic disorder, which is where, you might flash people and stuff like that. There's voyeuristic, sexual masochism, sexual sadism. Pedophilia is considered a paraphilia. Fetishistic, which is like focused on, like, for example, what's his name? Brudos with the shoes. And then there's one that's transvestic, but it's more of like the BTK style. A lot of the times they will steal the clothing of the woman and then wear them. It's essentially deviancy in it. And I think Foxy gives us a definition: intense and persistent sexual arousal by attraction to anything not sexual by nature. Yeah, so it's not a natural sexual desire. It's something taboo or fucked up. It's also been defined as a sexual interest in anything other than a legally consenting human partner. That too. Also, you remember how David was talking about how he likes gore and stuff like that? That's considered a paraphilia. And where it falls on the 10 in the MSD manual, that really depends. And also there are people who try to define something as a paraphilia that isn't, just because of their personal religious beliefs. Like there's a whole group of people who believe LGBTQ HDTV is a paraphilia, but other people believe, no, you're being a fucking asshole. So, just to be clear, it's something that is not natural. It's something that could be considered taboo or disgusting or even disturbing. And yeah, you're not supposed to want to be with kids or animals or get off on gore. And so when you do, that is a paraphilia. Now, which one it is really depends on kind of where you fall on that. I don't want to say spectrum, but it is a spectrum. But it is not the spectrum. Okay. So, yeah, underline para, like paranormal. Okay, so they are able to get a DNA swab off the back right butt cheek from where he bit in Portageville. And I need to actually fix that because he did bite the younger victim, which is terrible. But it is interesting that he really does especially sadistic things to the younger ones. And if given the opportunity, he will do something sexual to the younger ones. For example, Amy Ayers seemed to be attacked in a particularly graphic, disturbing way and sexually. And she was the youngest. And then between the choice of having an adult woman to take advantage of, he chose the child. And in the Memphis, and that's here in Portageville, in the Memphis, Tennessee case, he had the opportunity to molest anybody who was an adult, including women, and he chose the 14-year-old child. So I would definitely say that that is one of many paraphilias that this guy has. Then 2 hours. Okay, so these could be right next to each other. I should stress that this is 2 hours later. So they're found at 7. He likely committed the crimes between 6:30. The husband walks in and finds his daughter and wife like that. He's already over the state line back in Tennessee. All right. It takes, I think, 45 minutes to get over the state line from there. So within 2 hours, or 2.5 hours later, 45 minutes away, an attempted home invasion and shooting was reported near Dyersburg, Tennessee. A man in a van, which is important, we'll talk about that in a minute, stopped, asked for directions, saying he was looking for Jeremy Taylor. The victim is outside. She's got 3 kids playing in the yard. She doesn't want to go inside, but he pulls a gun on her. She struggles. She gets in her trailer. She wrestles with the gun, trying to get him to not enter. And she's trying to close the door. And she yells at her 12-year-old daughter, get the rifle off the wall. The kid grabs the rifle, comes running to give her the gun. He sees it. He shoots just above the doorknob and hits the woman in the arm. He ends up bolting, right? She calls the police. Ballistics connects this incident to the Scherer murders. So what's interesting there too is these ballistics also inevitably would connect to the Zatricki case in South Carolina. The gun used in the Zatricki case in South Carolina, the bullet, connects to the yogurt shop murders, therefore connecting all of these together. You feel me? So April 12th. So now we're March 28th. So now we go what? 2 weeks later. Okay. So we've got double murder. 2 hours later, attempted potential quadruple murder. So he's handling 4 people at a time here. He's handling 2 people here. In the Memphis case, he was handling 4 victims. In the yogurt shop case, he's handling 4 victims. Do you see a trend here? This is a guy who handles multiple victims by himself using 1 or 2 guns. So in Paragould, Missouri, so just 2 weeks later, he's arrested finally during an attempted break-in at the house of a woman living alone who he had once been employed by. He cut the wires leading to the home, just like here and before. He was armed at the time. He was employed by her on a previous occasion, and video camera and locksmith tools were seized from him as well. He was taken into custody and later released after someone posted bail. So immediately gets released. So he finally goes to jail and then he gets released. Great. Excellent. Here's something concerning. A video camera and locksmith tools seized. So now he's starting to get into locksmithery. He has already committed a ton of crimes. It shows intent. He plans on doing more. Otherwise, why would you have that? The fact that he had a video camera is especially disturbing. Did he have one before? Because the murdered victims in Portageville, right? They can't speak. We don't know if he had a camera there. The murder victim in 85, she can't speak. Do we know if he had a handheld camera there? Was he filming his murders? Did they ever find this? Has his daughter ever found a big box full of tapes? Like, this is concerning. Did he just buy that video camera? Where did he get this? So he gets released on bail. All right. So around then, I believe, is when him and his wife decide, okay, you got to be on the run. She tells the kids this. She says, we're going to call him all kinds of fun names that are not his name. And if daddy wants to come into the house, all right, we're going to have to hide him. So what they do is they put a giant rug in the car. And when they pull up to the house, the girls pretend to carry the rug. And it kind of makes a wall, like it blocks him. Kind of like they do Taylor Swift at a concert. And he just squats and walks behind the rug to get into the house. That's how much this guy didn't want to be seen. Now, clearly, his wife knows what's going on, but she thinks it's all over a gun charge. She has no idea that he had tried to do these things, the break-in. She has no idea about the attempted murder in Dyersburg. She has no idea about the murder of the Scherers. In fact, she watched news coverage with him and the daughter because the daughter says that he used to love watching the news. And in that news coverage, they discuss how the Scherers got murdered, And this awful thing that happened in the Paragould break-in, and she turns to her kids and she turns to him and she goes, "Oh my God, this is happening just down the road. This is happening in our neighborhood. I'm so scared." And he assured them, "Don't worry, it's not going to happen to you." So his daughter, naturally, years later, is crying, going, "Well, how could he know that?" Right? Concerning. It's because he was the one doing it. So now we're forward to January 13th, 1999 in Kennett, Missouri. So from April of 98 to January of 99, so was that a little over half a year, right? He's free, but what they're doing is he's wearing disguises, he's living out of hotels, and his family will meet him at hotels when he calls, and he'll put a different name at the front of the hotel. So he'll check in under a different name. The family will show up, and the girls get to spend the weekend with their dad. They go, "Daddy," and then he hangs out. They're in a hotel room, and then they just don't see him for a while, and they think it's because of his work, right? The mom is okay with this because she's like, "Listen, they're trying to get him on this bogus gun charge." She doesn't know about all this crazy shit. And she says, "I believe you, and I will help you sneak around so that you can see your kids. It's not fair to them." So one day, January 13th, 1999, in Kennett, Missouri, is his standoff. He shot himself during a standoff with police in Kennett, Missouri, in a motel room that he held his family hostage in, all his wife and all his kids. He ended up releasing the kids because they talked him down from that. Eventually, they got him to give up a gun, right? But he kept the .380 cal. He had that second gun. He slid to them. And then when they tried to bum rush him while he hid under the bed, he shot himself. This is the same gun that one time him and his wife were fighting on the front porch. And it didn't get violent or anything, but he was yelling a lot. And she was saying, "You need to go. You need to go." And a family friend is standing there and notices he's getting the crazy face. This family friend says, "Oh, fuck." And he sees Robert's gun sitting in the vehicle, and he grabs the gun and he takes off running with it because he just knows, like, Robert might use this on her. I got to take his gun. And the daughter said it was the scariest thing she'd ever seen. She said her dad immediately took off. He was so freaked out. He's like, "I have to get that gun back." Like, he was furious and hell bent, and he got it back. But she said that the reason she thinks he was upset, and then he made such a big deal out of it, is because that would later on become the gun that tied him to all these crimes. And she said she thought he knew that. Imagine finding that out way later when you're an adult, that your dad did these things, then having to reflect back. So after the standoff, he actually survives. He's in the hospital for 6 days, and then he dies. So he survived for 6 days after that. Shot up. January 19th, 1999 is when he dies. In 2006, they take his full DNA profile and they enter it into CODIS. Now, CODIS shows a result matching to Genevieve Zatricki from April 6th, 1990. So they're able to take his DNA profile and they put it in there, and it matches to Genevieve. Then Brashers is featured on America's Most Wanted in 2006, and then again in 2009. And they actually didn't feature Brashers, they featured his crimes. So scratch that, I'll adjust that. But basically Portageville, Dyersburg, and I believe Zatricki, because they know that these are connected. They're not sure how. All right. So they have the full DNA profile from the crime scenes entered into CODIS finally in 2006. These are from all the crime scenes. Then his crimes are featured on America's Most Wanted, but they still don't know who he is yet. They know that they have all these cases that are connected through CODIS. So this is the crime scene DNA that is his, but they don't know who he is yet. And of course, because he shot himself here, they're not going to put that in, they're not going to put him in CODIS because of that. So the actual DNA from all his crimes are finally all entered. They have the match. They know these scenes are connected. They still don't know who did it. And he's already dead by now. So that's not good, right? But that explains why they weren't able to cross-reference. So then his crimes are featured on America's Most Wanted. They're like, somebody's doing this. And what they called him Mr. Maroon. This is where I'm going to pop in. And I'm going to say this. Why did they call him Mr. Maroon? Because he drove a maroon van. This maroon van was with him at so many of the crimes. So many of the crimes. And the ones where people survived him. Like the woman who ran into a trailer. She remembers. He had a maroon van. He looked like this. Remember, there are sketches that are now made at this point. So he earns the nickname Mr. Maroon. That's what they call him. There's a guy in a maroon van, Mr. Maroon. He will try to kill you. He will rape you. He could even kidnap. Who knows? But he's a bad guy and he's connected. These cases are all connected to him. He doesn't have a name, so they call him Mr. Maroon. All right. So America's Most Wanted features his cases and even features the name Mr. Maroon twice. So let's go back to this. Here we go. So in 2017, in May, CODIS got a match to the rape of a teen in Memphis, Tennessee from 1997. Why? Because in May of 2017, all of these different areas, the Tennessee, South Carolina, Missouri police, they all decide, let's work together since we have these 3 connecting cases and we don't know who did it. So let's work together and let's cross-reference all of our crime scene evidence and let's take whatever we have and let's put it through CODIS. And they do in May of 2017. Then they say, you know what? You know what we should do? Let's take the DNA that we got that connected all of our cases and let's send it to Parabon and let's let Cece do her thing. So they do that. So in 2018, they send that shit, the one that matched the teen, and they send it to Parabon. Why? Because it also matches the Portageville, Missouri, and the Dyersburg and the South Carolina case. All right. So they send that there and they go, we need to catch this guy. We need to catch Mr. Maroon. Who is this fellow? Why did he do this? All right. And they start to think, hey, hold on a second. The rape of the teen, right? That's Brashers. The gun casing is starting to match other things, not the yogurt shop yet. But they connected 2 of the cases. So they're like, well, if Brashers did this one, and then it connects to this, like, how do we figure that out? Well, you do the IgG. It goes to the daughter. It's kind of like they did Rex, right? It comes back to the daughter. They approach the daughter after doing some reverse forensics, if you will. All right. And they go, hey, all these cases are connected by all these different things. But the one thing that we need is we have all this connecting DNA, right? And it is someone who is like, you're 25% of them. So it's probably your daddy. All right. We think he did all this and we need your DNA to prove it. Okay. Because we checked and we think that's what's up. All right. We think it's him because he's the only one who could. Like unless you have a different daddy, and your uncle wouldn't be the same percentage. So it's got to be your dad. And she says, take it. Fucking take it. Yes. Have my DNA. So they say, thank you. And in 2018, they take that sample and they say, if we can fully connect it, like if we can be positive, because we need to cross-reference this again. We need to take our DNA and make sure this is accurate. And they do, and it fits. And they go, praise Jesus. But then they say, let's take it a step further. Let's exhume him, because even though we have a connection to his daughter, right? We just need it. It'll be better in court, right? So then they exhume him and then they run it against South Carolina, Tennessee, Missouri, knowing that she is the strongest possible match. So he has to be 100% if it's him. And they do that. And it is. And that was September 27th of 2018. Now fast forward. 2019, right? is when the yogurt shop murders have all the DNA sent back to reanalyze, right? And they send it back and they get more markers. Remember, they got these. Oh, we got more markers. This is great. And then they go talk to the Joseph James D'Angelo crew in Sacramento. And they say, hey, what'd you guys do? And they go meet Paul Holes. Let me bring the DA from Sacramento. Come over here. We'll help you out. And what did they do? Who did they use? They used CC Moore. So just like over here, how they use Parabon, they use it again for the Austin ones. And guess what? Perfect match. Damn near as perfect as you're going to get. And that was in August of 2025. So now here we are, September 2025, and there's the announcement of the yogurt shop murder suspect that's made. And that's where we are. And they made mention, and this is what's in the title today, they made mention at that press conference that there was a case before he died, which would have been in 1998. They said specifically, and it was in Lexington, Kentucky. And they said that there was forensic evidence that also matched there, specifically a bullet casing. So we know he had his 380 on him. All right. So we know he had his 380 on him because it was returned to him. We know that he had it because he also killed himself 2 months later with it. And we know that they hadn't captured him to take his gun away before that time because he had it. So it's already back. It's been mailed back from the Border Patrol checkpoint. He's got the gun. So we know that he's in possession of the 380. It's a very specific kind. This bullet matches this case in Lexington, but they wouldn't say which case. What's odd is I thought of a couple of cases right away. What case could it be where the bullet matched? Especially because the way they said it was 1998. It was before his death. His death was literally January of 99. They made it sound like it was in this very small time frame. In Lexington, Kentucky, not that huge. So who was shot with that caliber bullet, right? That fits any of his MOs, paraphilia, whatever's going on there. Fits any of them. Maybe has anything in common where they're double knots at a scene. It's definitely going to be female, right? That's what he focuses on. Someone younger or older, who knows? A couple of cases made me think right away, oh, it's going to be this one. Which is why I made the timeline. Because I wanted to see which one it's going to be. And in chat, somebody said Linda Rutledge. And I remember Linda because she lives on Malibu Drive, but some people spell it wrong with an A. Malibu. And it bothered me. I also remember her because it's an odd job. She was at a hearing aid center. It was like an exact replica, too, of the back of the yogurt shop. It's really creepy when you see it. So I thought of her, but I also thought of a few other cases right away. Some of them I said. One of them was Las Cruces, the bowling alley massacre. That's another one. And that one's really intense, and it's a lot like the yogurt shop murders. Could it be that one? Well, no, because it's not in Lexington, Kentucky, you dingbat, but still interesting. I wonder if he did that anyway. There's another one involving a maroon van. And that one was the one I immediately was like, if it's not Linda, it's this one. And I had to go back and check times and dates and information. And I've got some thoughts on it. And the thoughts are maybe not going to be what everyone wants to hear, because it would be nice to close it. But the case happened when he was in prison. I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't charted it. So I started taking other cases that I thought he could be responsible for and checking them against the timeline. And that's what you saw when you saw the red and yellow. So Let me share this tab instead. Okay. So we're going to go first through the ones that we can debunk. Las Cruces Bowling Massacre, February 10th, 1990. So do I think that he could be responsible? Let me show you a little bit about it first, and let me show you a little bit about it, and you'll see right away why it's likely not possible. I'll tell you up front, there were 2 suspects for that. The other thing that you need to know is that it most definitely can be solved with one person looking at Robert's picture and saying yay or nay. Whether he was working with someone or not would be easy. Just show this one person. Who is that? The survivor. There was a survivor. Here's what's a bummer. The police don't keep in contact with her anymore. She didn't even know who the investigator was working on the case now. Because one of the worst cold cases in the history of Texas, it's up there with the yogurt shop murders. Well, it's not Texas, it's Las Cruces, but it's right on the border. One of the worst cases, I'll say, in the history of the South. Technically Southwest, whatever, is this case. It is disturbing, it's horrifying, it's fucked up. The fact that they have a living victim who has a great memory, despite being shot, I believe in the back of her head and her shoulder. They're not speaking with her. This is as horrific and as memorable as the yogurt shop murders. There's podcasts on it. It's got a lot. They're not talking to the only survivor, the police. It's really fucked up. So I'm going to show you a little bit about this. You're going to see the 30-year anniversary news report, which is 2 minutes long. You're going to see a 30-second news blurb about it that played because it's starting to kind of fade out, and I hate that. We're going to look at it in depth later. And you're also going to see a short interview with the survivor. For copyright purposes, I can't play it all, but I would like you to see it because it really is sad that they don't speak to her as much as they should, and they're not utilizing a very key witness who can also put to rest, like, again, the sketches also in this, they don't look anything like him. So that's why I'm going with likely not. The fact that he had been there before and it's so similar to the yogurt shop has me very concerned. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and play this for you. And you tell me what you think. Because I do, and it's 35 years old, yogurt shop, 34. So this was around that time. He would have been out and able to do it. But again, doesn't match the sketches. But again, they're not talking to the surviving victim who could just put it to rest and tell them. So here we go.
Today marks 35 years since the Las Cruces bowling alley massacre. As you may remember, 2 armed robbers walked into the bowling alley and killed 4 people, including 3 children, in 1990. The 2 people believed to have committed such a horrific crime still have not been.
Also notice arson after shooting people in the back of the head, after entering a business in the evening. There are so many similarities right off the bat. But I digress.
Found. Las Cruces Doñana County Crime Stoppers continue to offer a $25,000 reward for any information that helps identify the men responsible for this crime. Anyone with information can call the New Mexico Crime Stoppers to the number listed there on your screen.
30 years since the Las Cruces bowling alley massacre, the people responsible have yet to be caught.
KTSM 9 News reporter Shelby Camp is in Las Cruces. She shows us why one of the victims' family is still holding out hope for justice.
After 30 years of searching for answers, one man who lost 3 family members in the shooting says he's frustrated, but still has hope that they will find those responsible.
My heart, I'm hoping it will. 30 years is a long time, man, and there's not very many cold cases that get solved after that.
Anthony's brother, Stephen Turan, was shot and killed, along with his 6-year-old daughter and his 2-year-old daughter.
Aggravating. People say time heals all wounds. It doesn't. I'm still as mad.
I want to answer this question because it is a great question. Is it too quiet? Here, let me turn it up. It did. It's a very quiet newscast. That's a great question, though. You said, let me pull this up. You would think that's why they thought that with Yogurt Shop, right? But in this one, we have a witness. The girl who was shot said that there were 2 people. So, interesting.
Today as I was the day it happened.
After 30 years, police haven't found the 2 men responsible for killing 4 and wounding 3.
Even though it's been 30 years, do not think for 1 second that you've gotten away with it. We are pursuing.
Also, let's go back and take a look at those mugshots. So that's one guy, I think. And yeah, they look so similar. Yeah, that's the other guy. That's right. So they did like touch-ups, I guess. Let me play it again.
Was the day it happened.
After 30 years, police haven't found the 2 men responsible for killing 4 and wounding 3.
Even though it's been 30 years, do not think for 1 second that you've gotten away with it. We are pursuing it, and you're chipping away. Every step that we take, every piece of evidence that we send to the lab, is just 1 step forward. Regardless of the results, we have an answer that we didn't have before, so we are always moving forward.
Las Cruces police are offering a $30,000 reward for anyone who comes forward with information that could lead them to those responsible. They say a lack of DNA collected at the scene has made the case harder to solve.
DNA was in its infancy. It wasn't something that this department was properly trained in. They didn't.
Yeah, and what's interesting is cases that happened before this, they collected DNA for up to a decade before this. So to me, that's no excuse, but okay. And we talked about how it wasn't a big thing, but how John Jones had foresight, and apparently every other department that we've looked at thus far in the timeline was able to get DNA. And with the amount of shit that happened here, I'm surprised. They actually have something that, in my opinion, is a great tool that they could use, and that's a surviving witness. You know? You use their knowledge, talk to them. The fact that the surviving witness does not know who the fuck this is a problem. Is it not? And also, again, the similarities, dude. You've got children who are killed, little girls. Okay, there's binding, behind the backs, laying down, robbery, arson. It's a lot. And it's a place of business. It's a lot. And then shooting. I think that they were said to be Latino.
Regardless of the results, we have an answer that we didn't have before, so we are always moving forward.
Las Cruces police are offering a $30,000 reward for anyone who comes forward with information that could lead them to those responsible. They say a lack of DNA collected at the scene has made the case harder to solve.
DNA was in its infancy. It wasn't something that this department was properly trained in. They didn't collect it. I'm not saying that's a fault of theirs. It's just something that was outside of their training.
Police remain hopeful that the evidence and tips from the community could solve the case.
I think something that we have, something that was collected back in 1990, will allow us to tell the story of what happened. Unfortunately, we haven't come across it yet, but that hasn't stopped us from doing it.
Still need answers. We're not going to give up. I'm not going to give up.
Police are asking anyone.
You know, that is a good point. But also, there was a case in San Antonio where it also very much looked like it was a different race of suspect than they actually thought. And it's interesting because around that time when gangs were on the uptick in the early 90s, especially in border towns, there was a dramatic shift in sketch artistry to where it was pretty ridiculously obvious. Like you see the person who did it and they're like this nerdy, skinny, dorky white guy. literally Kip from Napoleon Dynamite, and then you look at the sketches and they look like Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, and you go, what the fuck is going on here? It really does feel that way sometimes, Foxy, especially in these older cases from late 80s, early 90s. It's a great point. Man, it's what's it called? I don't remember what it's called exactly, but it's like this it's like a subconscious racism, I guess. Focused on specific minorities depending on the community. It's very disturbing. For a while in San Antonio, it's like every sketch when you'd see the suspect, when they caught him, it's like, oh damn. Yeah, Las Cruces the Cross is very sad. Brashers with the dark tan. See, that's what I want to know. Do you guys think in any way it could be misconstrued as him? And also, could the second guy be a mistake, or did Brashers have a friend he met? I don't know.
With any information to call Las Cruces Crime Stoppers, saying even if it's secondhand knowledge, it could help solve this 30-year-old case and bring closure to the victims' families. Reporting in Las Cruces, Shelby Cap, KTSM 9 News.
Foxy, you're hilarious, okay? Jesus. So let me turn this down a little bit because I have it cranked and I think she's going to be of a normal volume. That is Rodney Lamar, not Juan and Pablo. Yeah, they're definitely trying to put the frame job on someone. And also I noticed that they drew mustaches way thicker back then. And then you'll see a mustache and you're like, that doesn't look like the Tom Selleck shit you guys have in the sketch. It was just weird. All right. So this is a survivor. They did interview her during COVID. She's much older now, but she was a little bitty kid back then, I believe. So let's go ahead and give her a listen. This is kind of a slower interview. Like the speed or the pace of the communication is a little slower. So I'm going to put it on 125. We're not going to watch the entire thing because it will copyright strike me. And I do have to make pauses in between it. So I will do that, but I will try to keep them brief.
Ida, tell me just a little bit again. You were just reliving a little bit about what happened that morning.
Yes.
Can you just clarify a little bit of what happened that morning? That makes you confused as to you know what happened, and you want people to understand this is what happened in your words.
Yes. When I got there, it was 8 o'clock in the morning, and then I saw Steve Teran when he walked in. This was before all this happened, and then he left, and then this is when everything went all crazy.
So just to be clear, she remembers everyone's names. Like, obviously, this is a trauma for her. She's much older now than she was back then, but she remembers. Like, she remembers things that happened that day. She remembers enough to know exactly who she spoke to and who she saw in the morning and what time they opened. Like, how are they not communicating with her effectively?
Easy, and I was pretty scared. I was so scared that I didn't even feel the bullets in the shoulder and the arm, but I felt the one in the head, and I thought I had died. I thought my head had exploded, but when the ambulance, they asked me what was my name, and I said my name, and I realized I'm alive. I'm alive. I just said my name.
Isn't that crazy? Like, that feeling, I've felt the feeling of, oh my God, I'm alive. But I've never felt the feeling of being shot in the head. Ma'am, you look very good for being shot in the head. I'm glad you're okay. What a strong bae. I love her. I'm so glad she's okay. Very cognizant, very I feel so awful for her because she's clearly having to relive a trauma, but she seems like she really does seem like someone who is, I don't want to say excited, but they're happy to share their story. They're willing to, they want justice. It seems like she's really, willing to put the story out because she clearly feels like they're not doing enough communication with her. It makes me sad.
But then in the ambulance, I died.
She was shot in the shoulder and arm and head. I'll turn it up more here. And she did. This is very interesting. This part. She's amazing. She's so amazing.
But, when the ambulance, they asked me what was my name, and I said my name, and I realized I'm alive. I'm alive. I just said my name. But then in the ambulance, I died, and they brought me back. Then I died again, and they brought me back. And then I don't remember anything. Everything was when I got to the hospital. Um, my head was still smoking from the gunshot. And but what I want is I want the police department, especially Mr. Davis, that I didn't know.
Did you hear that? Please tell me you heard that. Did you hear what she just said? Did she just say her head was still smoking?
My head was still smoking from the.
Did you hear that? Not just Hugin barking. My head was still smoking from the bullet. Are you fucking kidding me?
Then I don't remember anything. Everything was when I. But then in the ambulance, I died, and they brought me back. Then I died again, and they brought me back. And then I don't remember anything. Everything was when I got to the hospital. Um, my head was still smoking from the gunshot. And but what I want is I want the police department, especially Mr. Davis, that I didn't know that he was the lieutenant.
He's the investigating detective.
The investigating detective.
The investigating detective. The investigating detective on one of the biggest cold cases in history. I'm going to say in history, not even in the Southwest. Like everyone who remember Anya and what's his name? Fuck. They did the murder sheet. They've referenced this with the Burger Shop murder series. There's a shitload of podcasts on this. So many episodes of so many shows about this. So much news coverage. And she doesn't even know who her investigator is anymore because they don't communicate with her. The surviving victim, when they don't even have DNA, she should be the number one resource they go to. Atrocious.
And I didn't know it was him. I should have been told, but they don't contact me. They don't call me, and I do want to know what happens because I was in it. I saw my friends. I mean, the little girls that got killed, and I wanted, once in a while, put it in the paper. This is.
Here's another thing I want to clarify now. She was the older one. I couldn't remember she was the teenager or the little girl. One of the little girls. She's the teen. So that's so fucked up. She saw children get murdered in front of her. She was in it. She was literally in it. Why have they not spoken to her? Why did she not know who the lead investigator was? She wants more than a blurb in the paper. I agree, hun. I agree. So disgusting. So disgusting how they treat her.
What's happening with this case, and not just once a year. No, like 3-4 times a year. And I didn't know anything about the how much the reward money is. They were just telling me. So all these things I wish I knew, not stay in the dark. And that's how I feel, like I'm in the dark. And I just want to tell everybody that I do care. I really do care.
Talk just one last question, and that is your memories of.
That's another thing. A lot of people, I don't want to say a lot of people, a bulk amount of people have expressed their opinions on this case in all forums all over the place. And for some reason, the default seems to be judgment on her. Why are you not doing more for your case? Why don't you care about your case? Don't you care who solves it? To the point where people who conspirators, people who like to make up bullshit, even get to the point where it's like, well, maybe she had something to do with it. Why did she survive? Like, holy shit. Egregious.
On CNAC in that day.
When he came in, he had a backpack, but he had told them that he left his backpack in the office, but he had a backpack when he went in. So he went to the office, and then he came around the corner and he went into the kitchen, got some coffee and filter.
So to clarify, there's also been speculation that one of the employees there, I believe it could have been a night manager, that essentially this was planned and that somebody helped. And she's saying that she found it disturbing that this person, right, who was there and also ended up alive and well after, lied to the cops saying he had to go back in to get a backpack, or he didn't have his backpack. He had to go get one. And she's like, well, that's weird because I saw his backpack there. She remembers these tiny details. Very interesting that they don't even tell her who's the fucking investigator.
Coffee filters, and then he left. So I was always wondering, why did he say he came to pick up his backpack when he had a backpack? So it's just a lot of little things that they never listened to me.
And you said that when he left, it was a short time later that you said somebody arrived and you thought they were someone there to do some cleaning of the air conditioning or something. And tell me about that. What happened then?
Okay. So that's what was going on there. So he shows up to get his backpack because he left it, but he had one on him. And they don't listen to me. You heard it from the person who was there who got shot in the fucking head is telling you things that are important to the case, and they don't listen to her. Listen, we're gonna cover this, even though I don't necessarily think Robert maybe had anything to do with it, but we're gonna cover this anyway, and we're gonna do that later because I want to give this some time and care. I'm gonna try to reach out to her. I want to know what she has to say because this is absurd.
That's when, well, this guy came in and he said, he stuck a gun on me, and that's when he said, come with me, this is a holdup. And I couldn't even move to the office because I was so scared. I was stiff. And he kept hitting me in the back with a gun and told me to go in the office. And when I got to the office, Stephanie, Melissa, and Amy were on the floor laying down. I mean, they were sitting down on the floor. And then they told me to go and join them. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then after that?
Then they waited for a while. And then they asked Stephanie for where was the safe?
You hear that? Where was the safe? How would this person know that there was a safe? That's concerning. How would they even know that? I mean, sure, a lot of businesses had safes, but a lot of them didn't. This is vital information.
So she opened it and she was getting money, giving it to Melissa. Melissa was putting it in a suitcase. I saw a suitcase. It was a brown suitcase. And they put a lot of money in there. And then they started shooting us. And when they shot me in the arm, I didn't know. I thought it was Amy's blood. I thought they shot her and the blood splattered on me because it was hot. But no, they had shot me. And then they shot me on the shoulder, and that one threw me to the
You see that? You see how she's saying, Oh, I'm sorry, Ernie. I turned it back up. See how she's saying she thought that it was blood? She didn't know that she'd been shot. That's what I'm talking about. The shock. You just don't feel it.
How do you call those? Computer. That knocked into the computer. And then they told us to all put our heads down. And then they started shooting.
Let me ask you this last question, and that is, you're imploring to the community that please speak out, please help this case
Yes.
be solved.
Yes. Because it is time to solve it. It is. But we need everybody's help. We need the police department, detectives, and, I need to know what is going on with it. Not just once a year. No. And 'cause I don't mind. I don't mind them talking to me, knowing them to tell me what they found out or what's new or.
But it's time this thing is solved.
Yes.
Long overdue.
Yes.
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. Okay. So, why am I not sure about Robert? Because there were two suspects. Okay. But simultaneously, I'm very concerned that they're not speaking to this woman who seems to have more information on how this could have been connected to somebody else internally who knew specifics, somebody who perhaps lied in their statements to officers. She wants to be spoken to by the police about it because she survived and fucking smoke came out of a bullet hole in her head. And she died twice. I feel like she has a strong case for wanting to be heard. Call me crazy, but I feel like she's right. Okay. So, whoops. Let me pause it. So let's take a look back at our timeline real quick. All right. Because I want to show you again where this lies on the timeline. Fair enough? Fair enough. All right. Let's pull this up. It is this one. All right. So take a look at this. You guys can hear me okay? I'm still not used to this new mic setup. Sorry. I can never tell if I'm being too loud or not, but it's blasting through my headphones. So I feel like maybe you can hear it. Okay. So this would have been, April 6, 1990, right? And really, I should have moved it up to here because it would have been before Zatricki. So February, and there would have been two suspects. Okay. You saw the suspects, all right? I also couldn't find anything about a potential van. The narrative kind of doesn't fit. Is it possible? I mean, I think the best way to find out is to show her a picture of Robert. Is this a guy? She says no. The answer is no. So far, based on everything presented that is available in this case, the circumstance of things being lit on fire, which she didn't really talk about that much, did she? They tried to light the place on fire. They shot everyone, but didn't see any sexual assault, right? If I remember correctly, I don't think there was. There was binding, there was shooting, there was arson. It was a place of business. Yes, those are all 100% consistent. But there were also allegedly two suspects, okay? I will have to get back to you on the caliber of weapon. However, it was around that time, and with all those things fitting, I mean, normally I'd say, sure, totally possible. But because there's two, and they're pretty sure on that for some reason, it's likely because of her and her statements. She would also like them to look at a third person, but they're not looking at this third person. I'm going with I don't think it is, but that's just my opinion. But I do think it needs to be solved, and it can be. And I wish they would re-upload the ballistics to their database, NIBIM. I really think they should. I used to call it Nimbus. It's NIBIM. So that is the Las Cruces bowling massacre. Okay. Now, there are some other cases that I'd like to show you that it could potentially maybe be. But first, let's talk about these. Springfield 3. A lot of people asking. Could it be Springfield 3? Could he be responsible for that? Well, let's take a look at the date. 6/7/1992. Okay. So that's June 7th. Sorry, I have to actually count that sometimes because I'm a dork. All right. So June 7th, 1992. Let's go back here. Okay. So June 7th, 1992 falls right here in this danger zone. And I would add it, but I don't have room. But this case has been brought up ever since Robert was called a potential suspect or the suspect for yogurt shop murders and connected to all of these other crimes when he was called out in 2018. All right. People have questioned about it. He was simply in prison and he served the full sentence. So from February of 92 to 1997, he couldn't have done it. He was in prison. So we're going to rule out Susie Streeter, Stacy McCall, and Cheryl Levitt. Okay. As much as it sounds like, especially with the piling of the purses in one room, that sounds like some shit he'd do. Breaking into a house, that sounds like something he'd do. Multiple females being handled at once, that sounds like something he could do. Drove a fucking creepy van, totally sounds like something he could do, but it's not a green van, right? So with that said, I'm going to go with, even though it sounds like it could be, it's probably not Robert. Okay, why? Because you're in that danger zone. He was in prison. It couldn't have been Robert. So Springfield 3 is out. All right. Another one that I was looking at happened on August 23rd, 1994. Also falls in that danger zone down there between 92 and 97, which is unfortunate because I would love to see this one solved. But because he had lived in the area, right? I was thinking, could it be Beth Ellen Vinson? But here's another issue. She was stabbed a lot. That's different. Car was abandoned on the side of the road. Okay. We haven't seen that so far. We've seen a lot of businesses. Haven't seen a stolen car from specifically a victim yet. Usually he just steals other cars. Or he takes his van. No mention of a van, right? But it is in the Carolinas. It's in one of the wet Carolinas. But he was in prison. So, with that said, can't be Beth Ellen. Can't be Beth Ellen. I wish it could, because then we could maybe solve it. But it can't be Beth Ellen. Okay? But let's look at the timeline again, because there's another one I want to show you. All right? A couple I want to show you. One of them is, whoopsie, it's not showing you my chart. I would like to show you my chart. Okay. One of them is Anna Lee Manning from Danville, Kentucky. It was pretty hard to find a ton on this case that related in any way to his. But there is a Charlie Project case. And when I started looking into it, it seemed, in fact, I'm almost positive the husband did it. Why? Because that's where the evidence pointed. And it seemed that he might have even done some time and then went back. So with this one, we're not going to go into too many deets right now, but I am interested in how that ended up. Because he was in jail, we're not going to go much further with the deets on that. And because there is another suspect now, which is the ex-husband. I should say, well, they were married at the time, but that case happened in November 1992. So that falls in this danger zone. So not going to be there. All right. So no Anna Lee Manning. I saw a few people comment on that. But again, in jail, can't be him. Now, this is the one. Remember, I told you guys I thought the Lexington case, right? Lexington case could be him. Like, there is a Lexington case that could be him. And we're going to talk about her in a minute. And that is, hold on, let me pull up. Let me pull up. That's the Linda case. That's on Malibu. That's Linda Rutledge. And that is coming up soon. But this one in particular, and I need to see, where did I put my link? Okay. So this one was not Lexington. I thought it was, but when I heard Kentucky, this was one of the first ones that popped up. Why? Because of the maroon van. In my head, maroon van, Kentucky possibility. First thing I thought, Morgan Jade Violi. This is a sad case. All right. It doesn't necessarily fit him and his past crimes to a T, but it's a young girl. All right. And she was kidnapped in front of this apartment. And it was in Bowling Green, Kentucky, which in my opinion, not too far. But the timing struck me. And the profile he chooses struck me. And it also hit me that, hey, if he's willing to put on wigs to not be seen, all right, and then steal cars to not be seen, and to really just submerge things in water, trash a place, not try, like, he changes things to not get caught. He worries about it and he watches the news and he likes young girls and he's kind of in the middle of nowhere. But the thing that really made me think of her was Mr. Maroon, the maroon van. Why? Because for a long time, this case was affiliated with a maroon van. So I'm going to show it to you so that you can see a little more about it. And I've got some news clips of her. And here's the thing. Unfortunately, because I really was hoping they could solve this, while this seems like the maroon van, we can't overlook that, especially like the way it looks compared to his van. Okay. I need to see an actual picture of his original van and not just be told, because what kind of maroon? Enough to be called Mr. Maroon must have been actually maroon and not a red van. Okay. But with her, there was also a potential white van sighting. So they went from maroon van kidnaps her, white van dumps her. It's very strange. Go ahead and check this out.
Today is an anniversary. A lot of people in Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky would probably...
Sorry, she's talking so fast. Let me take it back down to normal speed. My bad. Here we go.
rather forget. 18 years ago, 7-year-old Morgan Violi was abducted and killed.
That year, Violi was one of 3 little girls to disappear in the span of a month. The others were 9-year-old Jackie Beard and 3-year-old Lucy Meadows.
Tonight, one of Violi's older sisters is speaking out about her sister's case. She talked exclusively with News Channel 5's Mark Bellinger.
Not knowing where she's at, not knowing if she's okay.
Morgan Violi was just 7 years old when she was kidnapped from in front of her Bowling Green, Kentucky apartment. Her body was found 3 months later near a barn in Robertson County.
She never goes away from home.
She was the second little girl to disappear in July 1996. Jackie Beard, a 9-year-old Clarksville girl, was kidnapped while picking blackberries just weeks earlier. Her body was found months later along the Cumberland River in Stewart County.
Looking back on it, it was very surreal.
Nikki Duff will never forget the day her sister was abducted. Nikki was Morgan's older sister. She was 10 years old and also outside playing when Morgan was taken.
I'm sorry, I need to go back. Also, this reminds me of Ivanovitz. I can never say his name right, but he was one of the serial killers we talked about around Lisk because he kidnapped. Oh, what was it? Oh, yeah, the victims' last names were Lisk. He kidnapped a little girl, last name Lisk. I believe it was 2 of them, from their front yards, I believe in South Carolina, and then drove all the way down to Florida. He was a cop, and he would kidnap kids and just right out of the yard, just a psycho. He'd walk up and say, I have this stack of magazines. I need to give them to your parents. Can you sign for them? And kind of like he'd pick younger, like under 10 to preteen, and he'd treat them like adults. Like, oh, that's cool. Is your mom home? And then boom, he'd snatch them. And he was a horrible, horrible man. And yeah, he was a cop turned child snatcher and killer. And a lot of these cases remind me of that, but I need to go back to something because I heard something interesting here. Hold on.
Her body was found 3 months later near a barn in Robertson County.
She never goes.
Okay, so April Tinsley, again, we've talked about Cece Moore, right? One of the cases that she helped solve that put her on the map, one of many, but one of the ones that was a big one was April Tinsley, right? Adorable little girl. They left taunting messages about her on this barn, the killer. Years later, very scary, like horror movie shit. Killer favored barns, just like Robert Ben Rhodes, but he focused on slightly older, still young girls, but not this young. April Tinsley's killer wasn't in Kentucky, but still, they tend to move a lot. I'm very curious about this, but let's keep going.
Was away from home.
She was the second little girl to disappear in July 1996. Jackie Beard, a 9-year-old Clarksville girl, was kidnapped while picking blackberries just weeks earlier. Her body was found months later along the Cumberland River in Stewart County.
Looking back on it, it was very surreal.
Nikki Duff will never forget the day her sister was abducted. Nikki was Morgan's older sister. She was 10 years old and also outside playing when Morgan was taken.
In one split moment, our entire apartment complex was something you would see in a movie. I mean, there were cops everywhere and people everywhere, and it was very overwhelming. And I mean, obviously very traumatizing.
Her mother, Stacy, was distraught.
I wanted to go find her, but I don't know where to go. And I don't know what to do.
It's been 18 years since Morgan disappeared, but no one has ever been arrested. The FBI has worked the case from the beginning. They found a stolen van used to kidnap Morgan off I-65 in Williamson County.
So this is the big reveal. At one point, I believe he got rid of his van. Okay? So Robert Eugene, at one point, gets rid of his van because they mention a truck. And this would be later on, right before the situation with the standoff. I would love to see that confirmed somewhere. Because they never really say what happened to the van. If he did get rid of it, I mean, he had it in several abductions and cases leading up to right around that time with the standoff. But when did he ditch the van? Because if they had it in 96, right? Well, here's the issue. They had it in 96. He didn't have it in 96. He was in jail. He gets out. Is this where he lost the van? Is it? Or is that not his van? That's what bothered me. That's what always bothered me. But then when you consider the date, he couldn't have done this because jail. He was in jail. He was in jail till 97, 92 to 97, right? Now, if for some reason we find out he did have an accomplice, because let's say somebody comes forward and they recognize someone as, hey, there's a guy I know who used to hang out with that guy. I recognize that guy. He used to hang out with my buddy all the time who also went to jail for this shit. Or maybe an ex says, oh, my husband used to hang out with that guy and now he's a serial killer. There could be tips like that. If that's so, who had his van? Was it a possible accomplice? Well, that would make a lot of things make sense. He does handle like 3 or 4 victims at a time, it seems. But how long can you do that for? Isn't that exhausting? I mean, they had family friends. I do wonder if he had an accomplice who he gave his van to. I also wonder if that's his van, but I also wonder if this is just a totally separate, oddly maroon as fuck van that happens to belong to someone doing pedo shit around the exact time that he was. But he was in prison. So even though this was one of my 2 immediate thoughts, I would say 3, because I also thought of as soon as I thought of Las Cruces, when they said Las Cruces, I was like, gotta check the bowling alley, right? That it fits this to a T. So this was the other one, and there's one more. Now Las Cruces, because of the existence of 2, not too sure about that. That's on my I don't think so now chart. This, he's in prison. So unfortunately, the answer to her case might not be him. I'm going to let it finish. I'm going to let you finish now. And then we're going to learn more about who it definitely could possibly be and who I think it's going to be that they are going to announce very soon as a victim of Robert Eugene Brashers. Let's keep going.
But the driver was gone. Nikki remembers seeing him and his van at the apartment complex before her sister was taken.
I rode my bike back to the house and I passed him and he waved at me and I waved back. I mean, I was a kid, friendly kid.
She noticed the side door was open.
I'm not going to say I'm the sole reason that they found the van and knew it was the van. However, I'm the one that gave them the description of the inside of the van because when he rode past me, the van door was open.
Witnesses helped the FBI put this composite sketch together.
I really don't remember what he looked like now at all to this day. You know, I've thought several times I wanted to be hypnotized to see if I could remember, but my oldest sister, and there were a few kids in the neighborhood that had thought that they had seen him.
The FBI is also still looking for more information on a second van, a white Ford that was spotted near the barn where Morgan's body was eventually found. Investigators say it had a funny slatted trailer-type window on the side. The FBI has followed up on hundreds of tips, but so far have come up empty. It's not clear if they found any sort of DNA at either of the crime scenes, but Nikki and her family are hopeful technology will one day help.
Okay, I want to go back. Why do I want to go back? Because Hugin was snoring on me and I missed something.
I waved back. I mean, I was a kid, friendly kid.
She noticed the side.
I had a point I wanted to make. Also, welcome back, Sassy. Welcome to everybody. We're going through Brashers' timeline, and I'm showing you false positives, things that I thought could have been that cannot be due to timeline conflictions.
The door was open.
I'm not going to say I'm the sole reason that they found the van and knew it was the van. However, I'm the one that gave them the description of the inside of the van because when he rode past me, the van door was open.
Witnesses helped the FBI put this composite sketch.
So in addition to the maroon van, what I found interesting about this, that man has fucking bangs, okay? This is a grown-ass man with bangs. Bangs, okay? Straight up bowl cut bangs, all right? The most bangs could be on a grown adult man. Concerning, yes. But oddly, do you recall oh my God, very Anthony Kiedis. Do you recall the, let's pull it up actually, maybe, well, we're not going to put it aside. We're not going to waste time. But if you look at the mugshots, okay, of Robert, big old bangs, all right? Big old bang. Exact, like to a T this, but with the mustache. Is a little, don't say Liza Little. How dare you? Because she got bangs. Oh my God. Jesus. Forgive me. You're forgiven because it's so funny. But God bless her. She'll sue you. She'll get you. And she's very good. See, EB loved it. Ernie loved it. I loved it too. But I can't. You're going to get me in trouble. Anthony Kiedis won't, though. I can laugh at that. I have to be so careful. You guys know, if I fart wrong, people are going to fucking lose their minds. And I don't even have that many followers compared to these people, but I still find a fucking way to get in trouble. Anyway, Bangs. Let's go back.
Together.
I really don't remember what he looked like now at all to this day. You know, I've thought several times I wanted to be hypnotized to see if I could remember. But my oldest sister, and there were a few kids in the neighborhood that had thought that they had seen him.
The FBI is also still looking for more information on a second van, a white Ford that was spotted near the barn where Morgan's body was eventually found. Investigators say it had a funny slatted trailer-type window on the side. The FBI has followed up on hundreds of tips, but so far have come up empty. It's not clear if they found any sort of DNA at either of the crime scenes, but Nikki and her family are hopeful technology will one day help solve their sister's case.
What are you doing?
In the meantime, Nikki is just trying to live her life. She's married and has 2 young children of her own, and yes, she watches them like a hawk.
I try not to be that overprotective parent, but I am. I mean, I'm very much, you know, just the other.
And you know what trips me out also? Like, I know it has nothing to do with it, but when I first saw her sister, the first time I saw this, I said to myself, did I click on Morgan Violi's or did I click on JC Dugard? I thought this was JC Dugard. I was like, is she related to this? And then I realized, holy shit, no. That's her older sister. She looks just like JC Dugard to me. Also another infamous kidnap case. But holy shit. Holy shit.
Day, I let my son go out to check the mail, and I heard him scream, and that mortified me. I ran as fast as of course, it was just a spider, and he didn't want to come back through the door, but in that moment, my mind flashed back to that.
To that horrible day when she lost her little sister. In Bowling Green, Kentucky, Mark Bellinger, News Channel 5 HD.
Another.
I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like Anthony Kiedis was a little busy. I mean, if we're going to blame someone, blame Julia Stiles, but I don't think it could have been her. She was too young.
Their child, 3-year-old Lucy Meadows, disappeared the day after Morgan Violi. Her mother said she went missing from the parking lot of Rivergate Mall. Her body.
So this is very concerning. We've got 3 little girls missing from the middle of BFE, Kentucky, on rural back roads. And we got nothing. Oh, my mouse was in. Hello, ma'am. My mouse is in your nose. Donna, by the way, did you cash at me or something? Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Donna. That will go towards a new mouse that steers me away from the faces of the news anchors. I do like the way she's dressed a lot. Like a lot. You loved who in O? Is she an O? I need to look up O. What is O? You mean Ozark? Continue.
He has never been found. As for Jackie Beard, her killer was convicted and sentenced to death. He's still awaiting execution.
Okay. And we already looked at the Las Cruces bowling alley massacre. So, where are we at now? This has gone too long. Oh, she's yelling at me. She's yelling in my ear. I really regret not doing a triple check on my timeline. I'm so angry at myself for putting the wrong birth date of the daughter. In addition to not clarifying 1 or 2 small things and screwing up my 2018 part that I might punish myself. I might force myself to run around the block and stand in the corner. Okay. Let me pull up this. All right. So here's our little chart ski. Okay. Here's our chart ski. Spelling's gone out the window. I've given up. We saw Rodney and Lamar. We saw that. Thank you. Foxy Amazon is our court reporter. Okay. So let's make it big. So just to be clear, Z's, Las Cruces bowling alley massacre? That's not what that is. Bowling alley massacre. Okay. If I could change it to a bright orange and go 50-50 on it just in case, I would. But I do think this could be a separate incident, even though I wish they could solve it quickly and just call it a day. I want them to get it right, to get justice. Bowling Alley massacre. I fuck up words. Hi, I can't spell or speak. So, or math. So I'm going to go with not. But if you think he could be responsible for the bowling alley massacre, put bowling alley mess. Oh my God, Foxy, I have to take that. I'm not going to delete your comment, but I am scared. I read what's on the teleprompter. You guys are fucking me up. Anyway, put one in the chat if you think he could still be responsible for this somehow. One in the chat. Okay. Now down here, Annalie Manning, no. I thought, but no, he's in jail. Morgan, even though a maroon van, okay. Yeah, nope, in jail. So can't be that. Springfield 3, maybe? Your treat? Nope, in jail. Okay. So a lot of these cases that people has speculated on couldn't have done it in prison. Why? For being a piece of shit. So you think, no, he doesn't look like Rodney Lamar. Agree. So those 3 debunked. Get them out of here. We don't need them. All right. But let's talk about 3. It could be, and why I think it could be. Okay. Now, I'm not going to give any of these 100%. Okay. But I find them interesting. But I'll also tell you why maybe not so likely. You know what I mean? Maybe not so much. So first, let's look at, give me one sec. Let's look at, okay, so there's one that I'll just tell you about it now. It's Tracy Lynn Proctor. So wait, is it, no. Hold on. Let me pull back up my map, make sure I got this right, skis. Yeah, Tracy Lynn Proctor. All right. So this one, at first I thought, maybe it's possible. Let me tell you a little bit about her. Now, I'd love to show you a picture. Yeah, these are not bedunked yet. These are not bedunkadunked. All right. But we're working on it. Now, here's the thing about Tracy Proctor. Okay. No relation to Michael Proctor. God help you for saying so. On my birthday, this is an August 21st case. Okay, so it's August 21st. It's 1990, and it is in Lexington, Kentucky. Okay, so this is one that I thought could this be it? Could maybe, because a Lexington case. But here's the thing: it wasn't in 98, which is what they hinted at the Austin conference. But could this still be him? Because he clearly knows his way around the Carolinas. The wet Virginias, he knows his way around the South, around Florida, all the way New Mexico, by way of Cobb County, Georgia, Alabama, Arkansas, like literally Tennessee, all these places, they're all connected, right? Show me a map, prove it. They're all connected. So if you're going to Tennessee, you can make it to Lexington, Kentucky, no problem. And then Missouri, and that's already so many states, you guys. So could he have done Tracy Proctor? Well, let me tell you something. Very hard to find info on her. In fact, the only thing I could find on her is one very, very, very extremely offensive news article. Okay? Extremely offensive. And it's short. And it made me angry because the title was Prostitute Slain. Okay? It didn't even put her name in the byline. All right? So that's pissing me off. The other thing is, there's no pictures of her. I cannot find any. I would love to try to find one in your book. No pics. The police don't have a pic. Her face isn't in flyers. There's hardly anything about her, and they leave out her full name. They just put Tracy Proctor on the police website, and they don't even spell Tracy right. They leave the E out. So Tracy Lynn Proctor is her full name. Okay? She died August 21st, 1990. She was at a building on 1700 North Broadway in Lexington, Kentucky. On August 21st, 1990, this is the entire case overview, okay, of an over 3-decade-year-old, what is it, 35 years now. This is all that has ever existed of her case on the internet. The only information the police website has ever included is this. Lexington police responded to 1700 North Broadway. They located Tracy Proctor suffering from a gunshot wound. The victim was pronounced deceased by Fayette County coroner. That's it. That's it. I'd love to tell you more, but that's all they put. But I said that cannot be. So I started looking into it. Because regardless of whether he did it or not, like, why is there not anything more? So I go, well, what is 1700 North Broadway? I look it up on a map. It's in Kentucky. It is not isolated as much like from other businesses, but it's kind of like, you remember Missy Bevers, the church in Midlothian? Like, it's a strip, it's a street, if you will. It goes out into nowhere, but for a good 5 to 6 mile stretch, there's a good amount of businesses. So I'm like, this looks like a business. When you pull it up on Google Maps, it's an RV and tractor supply store. It's like a place where you go to buy an RV and shit, but you can also buy supplies. And I immediately thought of, like, it kind of looked like the motorbike store with Todd Kollett. I was like, that's kind of crazy. Like, it kind of stands a little off to the side out on its own. But I thought, wow, was she working? Because that would have been nice to know from the police. Was she at work when this shooting happened? Like, how, like, the area, what business was she leaving? Were there any witnesses? So I looked up the address in 1990 and what it could have been. Now, it said in quite a few places that in 1990, this was the same place of business it's been since 1979, which is an RV and tractor store. But the only article I could find on it in the newspaper had been reran in several other small town newspapers, but it all said the same thing. And here's what the newspaper said. This is the Winchester Sun from August 24th, 1990. The title is Prostitute Slain, Lexington, Kentucky. A second prostitute has been slain in Lexington in less than a month, police say. They said the body of Tracy Lynn Proctor, 19, she's 19, that's pretty young, was found behind a dumpster Wednesday at the back of a motel parking lot. A motel parking lot. She had been shot in the head. That's concerning. So it's in the back of a parking lot. Remember, the back doors kind of had some fuckety stuff with the yogurt shop. They thought the person may have exited through there. This person was shot in the head. The girls were shot in the head, right? Now, the only difference here is, and also this young lady was young. She's 19. The girls were young. They were in their teens. But this lady was a prostitute, it says, according to the paper. And it also says this was a motel parking lot. Now, the business records I found said that it was an RV shop since 1979. Now, I'm not sure which is true, but we shall continue because what? She's the second shot in less than a month? I think we have another rabbit hole we must go down, regardless of if it's Robert or not. She'd been shot in the head. Erica Denise Lyman, whose throat was slashed, was found July 31st in an alley. That's a paraphilia. Police were unsure the cases were related. It's too early in the investigation to make a connection or discount one, said Sergeant Bernie Kinman, head of Robbery Homicide Bureau. But we can't find any evidence so far. Lieutenant Draxel Neal said the police were investigating some good leads in the Proctor case, the 16th homicide in Lexington this year. He would not elaborate. Detectives said Proctor was last seen alive by a friend shortly after 11 p.m. on Tuesday. Tracy Lynn Proctor. Yes, I did, actually. And that's the thing, is I'm getting mixed reviews. So I'd like to solidify that down. Okay? And I'm going to put this info for her case up. But it really bothers me that the police had less information than the newspaper, and the newspaper did not have that much information. Not only that, the newspaper implied that there were 2 sex workers, that first of all, they were sex workers, and that there were 2 of them, and that they were killed within the same month, but by very different means. One was shot in the head, and the other was slashed across the throat. Both were basically abandoned in a subhuman way. This is extremely disturbing. Oddly, in the Kentucky area, I did notice there was one, well, in that specific area, there was one other slaying of a potential working girl from around that time in that area. But also, it's interesting because there was a serial group of literally 3 little girls kidnapped. Then you have 3 slain sex workers murdered. But you also had 3 men that were all shot in the head, leaving businesses at night. And then you also had 3 store clerks who were kidnapped and presumed murdered around that time. So all in this one area of like this central and north, like it's very strange. No, they're not all the same thing, but they're all very disturbing crimes that one could say a very disturbing, fucked up individual could escalate to. But the fact that there's like groups of 3 of all kinds of different pockets of serious crime around that one like 5-year period, very strange to me. Very strange. So do I think he could be responsible for Tracy Proctor? Well, I mean, he was around. He was doing hood rat shit. He had the means. She was younger. He might not have known that she was a toot. Or maybe he did. And everyone's overlooking that and going, he only messed with kids. Because here's the thing, the trick, he was not a child, and neither was his first victim. He also killed an adult woman. The biting really disturbs me in a Ted Bundy way. It makes me think that he would also go for like late teen, early 20s. So I'm keeping her yellow because she was shot in the head. And they do make mention in the only article about this situation going on that the other young lady who was around that time, throat was slashed. That's different, right? So we'll see. He was checking out all of his different preferences. I don't know if you can put him in a box. That's a good point. And also he was trying different things to evade, right? And yeah, I think doing it in 3s is kind of an interesting, yeah, I agree. It's very strange. And I'd like to see if there were maybe more than 3 or if that 3 number sticks around, especially for that time frame. And I am working on a list for you guys to see this odd little pattern and cluster because I find it very interesting. So now we're going to talk about this one, which is also on the list for McDuff. All right. So this one is in our McDuff presentation. This could still very likely be Kenneth McDuff. I've not seen a lot of people pose this next one as a potential for Kenneth McDuff, but I think it could be. However, before we get to our final one, which I think very much is going to be announced as Robert, I want to talk about another potential for Robert. And let me pull it up for you. Pull her up. So this young lady is a case that I've been looking at for a while. And I would have never said before it could be Robert. You know, like I just wouldn't have. Why? Because I didn't think he was ever in Texas. All right. But now that I know Robert Brashers was in Texas, it makes me think about this. And let me show you real quick. Actually, I should go back to the timeline. Let me show you real quick one more time on this. So right here, this is Ashley Fuller Reed. This is January 14th, 1990, Garland, Texas. Ooh, another screw up. That needs to go up here. Okay, so she would have been right here. So he would have moved to Greenville, South Carolina, lived there for almost a full year, right? So he would have had plenty of time to leave and travel and stuff like that. But right about in the middle of that, splat dab, in that time frame, he would have been free. He would have been free. And what if he would have gone through Texas? Now, here's the thing. That's not enough, right? We need something stronger. Like, there's so many women that were murdered in 1990, unfortunately, and young ladies. What makes Ashley a potential, right? Well, I'm glad I asked myself. Let me show you. So a little bit about Ashley. She was 19 years old, okay? Fresh out of school, into college, making her way in the big city near Garland. Little bitty tiny town right outside of Garland. Now, Garland is one of those big extra cities that's clomped on. It gloms around Dallas and Arlington and Fort Worth. You've got Addison, Plano, Briscoe, Denton, Wichita Falls. No, that's way, way higher up. Ponder, Crum, just fucking the whole bunch of them. Irving, Richardson. I could go for days. Then you have Grapevine. Then you have McKinney. All right. One of those towns is Garland. This is one of those places where everyone's white and there's a lot of malls. And somehow everyone's rich. If I catch you in South Dallas again with them boys, you need to be at church. Well, where do you go to church? Oh, I don't know. Maybe up the road to that town called White Settlement. Yeah, that's right. Fucking, it's a wild place, North Texas. All right. Weatherford, Hazel. There's like weird towns. Real fucking wicked weird. Out in the middle of nowhere. And that's where she's from. Okay. And at 19 years old, she goes missing. She's 5'2". She's 115. She's tiny. She's a little bitty lady. She's wearing a stonewashed denim skirt, long sleeve black shirt, waist length brown bomber jacket, a guess, watch, gold hoop earrings, and 2 gold rings. She drives a brown 1984 Chevy Citation. I don't know what that is. It's okay, Donna. You're forgiven. I love you. So, she's a Caucasian, brown hair, brown eyes, small brown colored mole on her left cheek. Her ears are pierced. Reed's nickname is Ash. So in 1990, this young lady at 19 years old goes out on the town. She planned to meet 2 unidentified males. So this is a little weird. If he had an accomplice, possible. If not, not possible. But you'll see where it gets weirder. For dinner during the evening of January 14, 1990, near her hometown of Garland, Texas. She was supposed to meet the men who were known to her family only as Dave and Robert. Wait, what's that? So she was supposed to meet this guy, Robert, specifically, by the way, on this date. And Dave was tagging along. The IHOP. So she's going to the IHOP off 635 in Military Parkway in Dallas. She said she might go to Corsicana, Texas with friends and would call home when she arrived. She's going to meet Robert Can you hear that? She's going to meet Robert. All right. What is our guy's name? Oh, that's right. Robert. So that concerned me first. Also, about a year before the yogurt shop murders. Also, he was out of prison. Also, he was doing a lot of work at this time, a lot of construction, it seems. Spent a lot of time away from home. Okay. So she goes to meet this Robert and his buddy Dave. They might go to Corsicana. The two men she planned to meet that night have never been identified. A witness reported seeing Reed at IHOP talking to a man, though. He was described as about 6 feet tall, 175 to 200 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, clean and neat appearance, and wore a beige Western-style jacket with elbow patches, cowboy boots, and a cowboy hat. Reed has never been heard from again. So here's the problem. All this shit matches. That's what he sounds like, except we haven't heard of him wearing Western-style clothes, right? We have heard of him putting on costumes, different hats, different glasses, no mustache, shaving, like trying to look different. Now, her brown Chevy Citation was found abandoned the following morning on the freeway ramp at Military Parkway and LBJ Freeway. It's very isolated. All right. That is a good point, C. Smith. Garland could be considered a Dallas suburb. Garland is the east side of Dallas County and is also next to Kaufman, which is still very rural. Yes, Kaufman. What else is there out there? Crum. Yeah, like Dallas. I mean, it's all just, again, big city living. It still looks like a city, but you're in this like little town. It's just everything's like a tiny Dallas around Dallas. Isn't that fun? And there's so many little towns. So here's where it gets crazy. And here's the thing. We got a Robert. He matches the description. He was available around that time. She matches the victim profile, right? But he doesn't really kidnap people, does he? He kind of goes into their work. But he does like to focus on people who, perhaps he doesn't hire, like, as far as we know, sex workers, right? Which was one of the reasons that maybe it wouldn't be Tracy. But we also haven't really confirmed that that's what she is. I'm still a little, were they being judgy? I don't know. Was she there to maybe meet a guy and he was married and he killed her? That could be a thing. That doesn't make her. Anyway, regardless. This is like, I'm a sweet kid, I'm just a kiddo. I'm just living my life having fun. This is like an innocent kid, and these are they're innocent women. This is a kid who's just like, I'm going to an IHOP, right? This is very in his style. Being somewhere that is a public place of business, and then somebody ends up with a nefarious situation, right? In this case, what if he did have to take her somewhere? What if something went wrong? I don't know, but the fact that she was meeting a Robert really bothers me. So, the ramp was approximately 1/4 mile away from the restaurant she planned to visit the night before. The vehicle's driver's seat was pushed all the way forward, the way Reed normally kept it, and her purse and keys were missing. Does this mean she was told to pull over somewhere? This is very Beth Ellen Vincent of her also. 2 fishermen reported finding Reed's purse in a water-filled gravel pit. Now, this is what made me think McDuff. He liked to take the car, abandon them, and then leave bodies and other clues in gravel pits. That's a problem. And you know what, Donna? Only because you asked. Yes, you can have chat back on the screen. Are you going to say bad words? Okay, Reed is a former student at Harding High School in Minnesota. She was an honor student, president of the student council, a cheerleader, and was on the school's newspaper and integration committee. She planned to enroll in the University of Minnesota at St. Cloud to study pre-law, but changed her plans and moved to Texas with her mother and brother in October of 89. She'd taken a job at JoJo's restaurant in Addison, Texas. Also, Addison, small town near there. Authorities believe she's taken against her will and foul play is suspected in her case. Also, I missed that part. They said that they look inside the purse and they'd seen papers with Reed's name on it, and they told the police, these guys who found a purse, when the police went to the pit to get the purse, they couldn't find it. So did these men who called, did they end up being the guys who maybe did it? Well, that would be so stupid. That'd be very stupid of them, right? Either way, the fact she's meeting Robert, he was available, she fits the profile. This could, it's something to look at. The problem is no body. And also, he didn't seem to kidnap people, but I do find her to be a potential. She's a potential. It could be. So that one I'm keeping yellow. I'm keeping her yellow. I'm very interested, though. So now, let's go to the reason we're all here. Linda Rutledge, when he used in chat, said the same thing. Donna, I would never say a bad word. I trust you. I believe you. So at the press conference the other day for the yogurt shop murders, they said that the bullet casing matched a bullet in South Carolina, and the ballistics also matched the gun that he used to kill himself. But the initial hit for the yogurt shop murders bullet casing was actually Lexington, Kentucky. And I went, whoa, what? Kentucky? Because it was something that hadn't been mentioned yet. Hadn't heard Kentucky in there. Was kind of surprised. We heard Memphis. We heard all sorts of places in Missouri, Portageville, Paragould, Arkansas, Alabama. We heard all this. We didn't hear Kentucky yet. So I said, whoa, what? And then the officer said, we haven't yet announced it. We're going to be announcing it soon. But it matched this other case. Immediately thought of a few cases. We've already gone over them. Some of them debunked, some of them bedunked. Okay. But the one that me and whoever it was, I wish I could remember right now. My brains are mush. But we both had the same thought, right? Linda. Why? Because it's about the most like the yogurt shop murders as you can imagine. And it was actually about 2 months before he offed himself. And it was in Lexington, Kentucky, like they mentioned. Let's learn about Linda. Linda Rutledge. It was November 7th, 1998. I'm going to play for you some news reports on Linda. And boy, are you going to be kind of stunned at the similarities if you've been following and paying attention to the yogurt shop murders, and hell, even Las Cruces stuff. Like the arson thing is, it's interesting. But I do have a feeling that this could be the case. I think I would put $1,000 on it. I 100% think this is going to be the case they announce, because not only has it been slipping back in the zeitgeist of, hey, we need info on this, like a big push. It happened in the last few weeks, and it's a case that there were some podcasts on it. There were some people talking about it, but it's not as much nationally known because of the area, because it's Kentucky, because of how old it is. You don't see a lot of coverage of it. But I thought that she looked like one of the Springfield 3 for the longest time. So I was always fascinated with that. And for a while, I thought there were some Kentucky cases that could have matched Chillicothe, Ohio. And so I was very interested in her case. And it never really, her case being connected to others. Again, didn't even think Robert would ever connect, and because he's fairly new, right? And I only heard about that stuff because it was, some of those kids, the sharers were kind of a big deal, right? So, and Mr. Maroon, of course. So with her, it's like, this lady fits the Springfield 3 profile, in my opinion, but then a reminder of the crime scene and the fact that we didn't know until semi-recently that, and actually was almost a year ago they announced that it wasn't the fire that killed her. So, spoiler alert, there was a fire. It wasn't the fire that killed her. It was something else. But last year, even though the police had never released this information before, last year the media leaked it and said, bullet, potentially to the head. That's crazy. Then about a month ago, they started amping up the bullet talk. So you go, wait, I thought this woman, that's weird. So she didn't die by the fire. She died by a bullet, but they just hid that for like 34 years. Okay. When they announced that it was a Lexington case that was finally going to get solved, and it had happened within a few months of him basically offing himself, I went, oh shit. It also was interesting because she lives on Malibu Drive. I think I told y'all this. They always misspell Malibu. They always put a big A. It drives me nuts. That's not how you spell it. So, where does this fit on the timeline? And why do I think this is the one they are going to announce? I will show you on the timeline. Okay? Right here. Linda Rutledge fits between the Paragould, Missouri break-in, where he cut the wires and attacked the lady who hired him once for construction, and his Missouri standoff and suicide. And remember, they connected the ballistics from this to the yogurt shop. Or at least I think this is the case. They connected the ballistics to the yogurt shop. This would really be the only one that fits perfectly without a snafu, without something that, but this. This one actually doesn't have any of those. This has almost every indicator that this is going to be the next case that he gets popped for. So I can say with full confidence, I truly think Linda Rutledge is about to be announced. I think it is. I hope it is. Pray it is. Her family needs closure. Let's learn about her, shall we? Because I do think that there is a reason that she has been featured a lot in the past 2 weeks. I should say a month. Here you go. This is Linda.
I truly believe that somebody knows something that can help.
This is 43-year-old Linda Rutledge. Police say on November 7th, 1998, they responded to help the Lexington Fire Department with a fire at a business on Malibu Drive. When they got there, they found a woman dead inside the back of the store, later confirmed to be Linda Rutledge. Police told us at that time the fire took place at her family's business, Nixon Hearing Aid Center, and that she was an employee. Police say that when they found Linda's body here on 121.
Also, I have to say the back of this building is terrifyingly dead ass. It looks like the back of the yogurt shop. It is crazy.
Malibu Drive, they found injuries that were unrelated to the fire, prompting more questions.
See, injuries unrelated to the fire. So at a place of business, beautiful looking woman, looks young, dead, place of business, fire. I'm thinking bullet injuries from a gun. I feel like this is the one.
Ms. Rutledge's death had since been...
Do you see the back of this building? How much does that look like the back of the yogurt shop? It is really crazy.
Been ruled a homicide, as an autopsy revealed she had been shot repeatedly.
We also reported her car had been found.
You hear that? She'd been shot repeatedly. Go back again and then look at the back and tell me that does not look like the yogurt shop to you.
The fire, prompting more questions.
Ms. Rutledge's death had since been ruled a homicide, as an autopsy revealed she had been shot repeatedly.
We also reported her car had been found in a nearby apartment parking lot. and that police believe she was killed the night before she was found. Detective Kristen Klingshorn says,
So, killed at night, end of work shift, back parking lot looks exactly like the fucking yogurt shop, to a T even. Lit on fire after being shot.
since the homicide happened nearly 30 years ago, it's been difficult to trace back details. But she says detectives aren't giving up on finding closure for her loved ones and urging anyone with information to come forward.
Okay, next up, here's another one on her.
You guys are having two.
Again, look at that. Literally looks the same. They have not announced it. In fact, this is do you remember in the press conference for the yogurt shop murders, they said it was a case in Kentucky the year before, right? That bore similarities and that had a match, it basically the ballistics matched. And then they said Lexington, Kentucky. And I went, what? I thought they said South Carolina. Well, that was later. The first match came to Lexington, Kentucky, but they didn't have a name for that person. They just knew the bullets matched. Well, the DNA matched with Greenville, South Carolina, right? So because that one matched the yogurt shop, then the bullet casing's going to match, and then other things match Greenville. So then they went, oh. So once they got an answer for the Austin case, they said, oh, well, we should now run Robert through CODIS against the DNA or the ballistics or through NIBIN. We should use either that database or let's do both. Let's run IgG on what we got. Let's try to connect it since through DNA. Can we do that too? And it seems that something worked out because they're about to announce that a case in Lexington has been solved and it was Robert. But that's all they could give us. So I don't know if it's the same caliber, but they said the casing match. So it must be if this is the case. Let's continue.
Much fun out there. Well, back to more local news. More than a quarter of a century after a Lexington woman was found dead, there's still more questions than answers in the cold case. The homicide is the Bluegrass Crime Stoppers Crime of the Week. I talked to police today about how they continue their search for clues.
I truly believe that somebody knows something that can help.
This is 43-year-old Linda Rutledge. Police say on November 7th, 1998, they responded to help the Lexington Fire Department with a fire at a business on Malibu Drive. When they got there, they found a woman dead inside the back of the store, later confirmed to be Linda Rutledge.
We cover all the bases with any fire. That's what we do. Anytime we find a body where it's
also dead in the back of the store,
suspicious in nature, or there's a fire inside, we want to take the precautions and the early steps in the investigation so we can cover all the bases on that so we don't come back later on and have to track backwards.
We looked through our reporting from 1998 here at LEX 18. Police told us at that time the fire took place at her family's business, Nixon Hearing Aid Center, and that she was an employee. Police say that when they found Linda's body here on 121 Malibu.
See how they spell Malibu? It infuriates me. It really does. And oddly, that and how she looked like one of the Springfield Three always stuck in my head.
Malibu Drive. They found injuries that were unrelated to the fire, prompting more questions.
Ms. Rutledge's death had since been ruled a homicide, as an autopsy revealed she had been shot repeatedly.
We also
shot repeatedly, just like Amy Ayers.
Reported her car had been found in a nearby apartment parking lot and that police believe she was killed the night before she was found. It's still not known what exactly happened to Linda Rutledge, and no suspect or suspects have ever been found. Detective Kristen Klingshorn says since the homicide happened nearly...
Notice how they said or suspects. Also makes me wonder, because they said she was shot repeatedly. What if she was shot with two different guns also?
30 years ago, it's been difficult to trace back details.
We've all become really dependent on technology, and cameras and things were not as prevalent when this occurred as they are now.
But she says detectives aren't giving up on finding closure for her loved ones and urging anyone with information to come forward.
If that were you or your child or somebody you loved, I think the last hope you would have is to get some answers and some closure.
Now, if you have any information, contact Bluegrass Crime Stoppers. Their number is 859-258-3600 or online at bluegrasscrimestoppers.com.
So that's pretty interesting, I think. And we got one more that's on her. These can be a bit repetitive because there hasn't been, there hasn't been a lot of advances, but I'm just showing you these blasts all happened recently, like in the past month or two. So it's just very interesting. Very interesting considering the circumstances.
Unsolved for nearly 3 decades is back in the spotlight as Lexington police ask for the public's help in solving it. Jay Sobardo has the details in our top story at 10.
At Winchester Cemetery sits a tombstone with 3 names. One of them is Linda Rutledge, date of birth February 7th, 1955. Date of death November 7th, 1998. While those 2 things are certain, there's still a lot of questions surrounding that November date nearly 7 years ago.
On November 7th, 1998, the Lexington police were dispatched to 121 Malibu Drive. It was actually referenced a structure fire, but when they arrived, they located a deceased female within the building.
That female was 43 years.
Also, can we talk about the circumstance? Exact same situation. What did John Jones think he was responding to? A structure fire. Very interesting.
Linda Rutledge, but it was determined that her cause of death wasn't due to the fire. Police say she was found with multiple gunshot wounds. For nearly 3 decades, police haven't been able to solve the case, and now they're hoping anyone with information about her murder will be able to help bring this case to a close. It's Bluegrass Crime Stoppers Crime of the Week.
People are starting to pass away. People are starting to forget things, move away. So some of those opportunities we may have to get that information, they're slowly dwindling.
Detective Kristen Klingshirn with the Lexington Police Department says cases were a lot harder to solve back in 1998 compared to the tools we have now, with social media and security cameras almost everywhere, and there's still not a whole lot of information about the case. She says she reached out to Rutledge's mother and left her a voicemail, but hasn't been able to get in contact with anyone else.
There's very little as police officers that we can offer these families besides closure and justice for their loved ones.
And you know what's something else that is very strange to me? Look at the shape of the building. Even the yogurt shop strip center, it looked like this. It had the pillars. It was all repetitive, same looking storefronts. And then the back looked exactly the same with a bunch of grass. And it goes down eventually into this little creek area. It's so weird. The timing, the situation, how she was found, down to the way the building looks. Blows my mind.
Police officers that we can offer these
Also, hello, Des.
families besides closure and justice for their loved ones. And it's unfathomable how terrible this is for someone's loved ones to not only know that the person they cared about was murdered, but that the person responsible hasn't been brought to justice.
As detectives continue to investigate this case, they urge anyone with information to call Lexington Police or submit a tip, which can be anonymous, to Bluegrass Crime Stoppers. In Lexington, Jay Sobardo, Fox 56 News.
All right. So, what do you think? One's in the chat. If you also think that we're about to see an announcement soon, I'm going to give it as little as a week and as long as a month. One's in the chat if you think we're going to find out that Linda Rutledge's death is Robert Eugene Brashers. Did you think it was anyone else we talked about today? Do you think that there's any other cases that we discussed that could also be attributed to him? Are there any that you didn't see that made you go, Maybe something that I didn't notice or that I didn't put up today that make you go, you know, OB, I think you should look at this one because this sounds like this guy too, and this happened here and here. Like, is there any case that you look at and you go, this fits a lot of, remember the word we learned, paraphilias, the crime scene. Maybe there's this one case with this caliber bullet on this date. Do you look at the timeline and go, he was available? That is true, C. Smith. They're a lot more flat topped here in Austin too. I think the yogurt shop, it's more flat top. That one's more triangular. But I do think it's interesting how the back looks so much like it. Like the doors. I have a graphic I'll show you guys next week or next live. I'll try to get it to you before that. I'll try to remember to put it in. But it's both of them right next to each other and it's creepy. It's literally just different color paint, exact same look. It's really weird. Also, a lot of businesses, where do they take their trash out? Out back. When did the girls get attacked? Around trash time. That's kind of how a lot of people had thought at first. Maybe the person got in. John Jones at one point said maybe it's how they got out, you know, especially because it's darker back there. So that's my prediction. I think Linda's next to get solved. And this is also me testing the theory that Reggie had. You guys are like, we talk about some shit and it gets solved. Listen, if I can guide the moon, I'm trying my best. So I'm putting this in the atmosphere. Let's just see if we're right. Let's just see. Maybe, right? Maybe this could be it. Let's hope. It would at least be nice to see her case get solved. So with that said, this is a test. This is only a test. But also, I really, truly feel like he could be responsible for this one. It fits. It just fits. Based on everything we learned at the press conference, I think this is it. If you think I'm wrong and I'm full of shit, please tell me in the comments. If you think that there should be someone else put up on the list, if you want to see if anybody doesn't work in the timeline, let me know. Shoot me an email. Put it in the comments. We've officially done 5 hours and 1 minute. I'm satisfied. I feel like I've pushed a lot on you today. Okay. I feel like you guys might be exhausted. Okay. This might be getting off of a roller coaster that may have made you a little sick. And I'm sorry. I know it's brutal. But there's a lot that still we haven't even talked about that could, is it? There's some odd things. But I tried to focus on the ones that people were already inquiring about. That way, maybe if it's impossible, there's no needless speculation. But also others that could be. But let's look at the facts or what's available. Let's make sure we got that right. See if does this line up. Also, happy birthday, Sadie. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. When exactly is your birthday? And yes, we'll do a silly night. We'll do a silly night next time. Maybe I can get some guests. Maybe we'll do just an all call in. Like I will open it up with one video and then we'll go straight into call in so we don't forget. Colin Alberts. Maybe I'll pay a party Colin to chase you down the street and throw confetti at you. Can you make it to Canton? Sassy, can you make it there? It's Saturday? Okay. Okay, well, Sassy, happy birthday weekend. And on Saturday, you might get me in a bird mask doing funny voices. Maybe we'll prank call some people. Send me a list of your enemies. I will take advantage of no party consent and I will call. Should we call the Alf Sex hotline for Sassy? Maybe we should. Also, I will be correcting my timeline because I can't believe I got the dates wrong. Anyway, Sassy's birthday weekend. Everyone behave. Thank you for those of you who put up with this all the way through. Hopefully, Kobe. Hopefully, Hugin will be trimmed and clipped, ready to be picked up and adored. Maybe I'll show you guys some Hugin for Sassy's birthday. I hope so. Reggie, we're testing it. You said it, right? You were the one who said it? I went, should we test? Should we test this? Should we do a little science? Do a little Julie Crazy's persona? Do a little science? Should we make a nagel blob? Listen, if I have any sort of weird foreign or what do you call it? Some fucking super street power, alien Austin powers, fucking moon power. If I got anything, if I'm psychic, which I don't believe, but if I am, we'll use it for, I'm putting it out there. I want it to be Linda Rutledge. It better be Linda Rutledge. And if it's not, then I'm happy for whoever it is. But I think it's her. That's all I'm going to say. I think it's her. I think she's the one that's going to get solved. That's my bet. Put the family farm on it, on Vegas. I think that's it. I'm glad you've been lurking and squirming. We had a long day. Dylan has fallen asleep. That's how long it was. Hugin has fallen asleep. I was going to say, and it smells like he farted. But I've Freudian fart slipped. And I've just told you that. So I spoiled my own prediction that he farted. It's something. Something came out of his ass. It doesn't smell good. It's facing me. It was a fartian slip. Des is loving it. EB loves when I mention farts. Hey, I don't want to send you home sad. I want to send you home thinking. I want you to remember these cases. But I also don't want you to be miserable and have an existential breakdown in traffic on your way home. So I'm thinking maybe we'll have some sillies before we go to cleanse your mind, and the rest will follow first.
Shut up.
There's that. Should we do it again?
Shut up.
Okay. Very disrespectful to his mother. But very funny. He's like, shut up, and then he farts. It's very funny. Never forget this, Gem.
I'm not quite sure why I'm here or what I'm doing, but there's a reason.
Ma'am, we're discussing the rezoning for the Portillos. Do you have any comments on that?
For what?
We're discussing the rezoning on 53rd for...
Well, I live on 63rd.
Again, we're here to hear comments about the rezoning.
Well, I don't like Facebook, and I don't like the internet because I can't find a job. The library blocked my password. Now tell me, does that make any sense to you?
Okay. And that was a little repeat of what happened in Canton. Okay. And I mean, I think the thing that we should end on, if we really want you to have a good weekend, is this. And before I play it, I'm going to tell you guys goodbye. I love you. You're the best. You're going to do great on all the things. Behave on the internet, and you're grounded. All right? Bye.
Get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. Never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't getting on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Never seen a big boy drill on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy drill on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy drilling on the roof. Big boy ain't drilling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Big boy ain't climbing on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. How you do it like that? Damn, you got tubes on your back. Slamming on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. Oh shit, big boy get loose. Oh shit, big boy get loose. I ain't never see a big boy get on the roof. I ain't never, oh shit, and you falling on the roof. I ain't never see a big boy hump the roof.